All right. How's everybody doing? All right. Here is onion farming. Enjoy. So there was some nudity in there. Thanks, Kayshawn.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas.
I mean, we had a illustration of an erect penis earlier today, so yeah, we're just going for it. Just going for it.
You know, I'm just one of those '80s kids that feels like you have to have the obligatory boob show up no matter what. You know, even if the scene doesn't call for it. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah. Just call it Skinemax. It was tasteful, though, right? It was tasteful. It was culturally appropriate. Yes. Yeah. That whole series is really great.
Really great.
All right.
Can they see that? Can you see you threading?
They can see my back as I talk about threading. You know, there's.
There you go. Now there's some action.
Yeah, my big orange back. I know it's super exciting, but you know, I talked about trying to get like a remote webcam, but those are like $500, and
maybe we just need a boxer thing where like you have like advertisements on the back of your shirts and on your shoulders.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
every time you turn around, it's like
Chico bail bonds.
Yeah.
All right, we got another film here because that's what we do is we watch films, and we have so many films to watch. So we're at 12-hour mark. 12-hour mark. My camera is super low resolution now. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I might be sending too much, or I'm not sure what's going on. Anyways, maybe I'm blurry because that's how I feel. We've been doing this 12 hours, and I'm just a smear. I'm smeared all out. But let's find out. Let's find out ways to find out. Enjoy. No, so there's sprocket repair tape that is basically now all stuck to the film. So I'm manually going past it.
All those early on the film.
So basically somebody shredded this film.
So yeah.
All right, here we go.
You have ways to find out. Watch and try to figure out how many different ways there are to find out. Do you think that a worm knows when it is wet and rainy? How do you think it knows? What are the different ways that you and a worm use to find out when it's wet and rainy? Let's stop the projector and talk about it for a minute. Seeing is one of the very best ways to find out, especially when you're hungry after school. What do you see that tells you not to take a bite out of a juicy rubber ball? What is it you see that lets you know one kind of fruit from another? There are lots of things you know are happening, even when you can't see them. Think of all the things you know are happening, even when you can't see them.
Hello? Oh, hi, Madge. I'm glad you called. Would you give me a recipe for that special chocolate cake? Yeah, I have a pencil ready. 2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 1 cup of butter, 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of milk, 2 lumps of chocolate. Butter and sugar, and sift the flour and the baking powder and salt, and then combine with milk and add the melted chocolate. How long do I bake it? Okay. Listen, something.
One of the troubles is that mothers have ears too.
Okay. Goodbye. What's going on in there? What fell down?
Nothing, Mom.
Touching is another way to find out. Sometimes try closing your eyes and find out all the things you know just by feeling. Think of all the things you know about just by smelling them or tasting them.
What did you forget?
Do I have to?
Even if you didn't feel a piece of soap or see it, you could tell that it's soap by the good, clean smell. And of course, if you had to make sure, you could tell by the taste. You can tell lots of things by their taste, can't you? And now the sun is out. How can you tell that it has stopped raining? What are the ways to find out?
So my the webcam on the other computer crapped out. So, yeah. Turn this off. Does that make it better? Here I am. Let's see. So, one of the things, I don't know if you can notice, like, all that white right there, that is sprocket repair tape. So what happens is the sprocket holes get torn because the film wasn't threaded right, and then someone goes and repairs it, and what it does is it puts a layer of tape over the holes and makes it to where you can run it through a projector again. But what happens is over a period of time, it starts to get gross and sticky and starts to slip because of the film itself is shrinking. So it stops lining up. And so what was happening was running through here, and it was sticking to itself. And so that's why it crapped out. So there you go. That's why that did that. All right. What do we have here? Just keep watching more and more films. What time is it? So like 4.5 hours, I think. And this film is already, I can tell, is going to be a problem. All right. So we're going to watch something that's, let's see. Yeah. Open Up, Parks Are for People. Enjoy.
All my dreams are warm and tender as I wander here alone in fields and hills and mountains near my home. By the lakes and streams and rivers where elms and willows grow to cover ferns and mosses lying low. Come with me to see the sunset as clouds go drifting by and cause a different feeling in my mind. One of purple, yellow hazes and tinted blue and gold, like autumn colors painted on the sky. Open up, climb a mountain, reach the sky. Open up, stand beside me, touch the sea. Open up, come and walk this plain with me. Open up your very heart and feel a tree. In the coolness of the evening, shadows glide across my path, their motion putting peace into my soul. I yet wait for still and darkness that will bring this day to rest, recalling fleeting moments of the day. Long ago I heard the voices of wind against the trees, like chords of music playing with each breeze, making pleasant melodies, and my heart remembered deep the mysteries of nature and her deeds. Open up, climb a mountain, reach the sky. Open up, stand beside me, touch the sea. Open up, come and walk this plain with me. Open up your very heart and feel a dream.
Today, more leisure time is being devoted to wholesome outdoor recreation in Virginia's state parks than ever before. Let's see what Virginia is doing to open her state parks to meet these recreational demands. The Virginia Division of State Parks, one of 5 divisions under the Department of Conservation and Economic Development, operates numerous state parks, natural areas, historic attractions, including a museum, a cooperative wildlife management area, and a scenic trail. Along with these, a number of new areas are being acquired for recreational use and preservation. Man cannot cope with his environment if he cannot enjoy it. By opening up to natural surroundings, we can develop more sensitivity to the world around us. Virginia state parks are opening up too. Within the last few years, more areas have been acquired and opened up for recreational enjoyment than ever before. Many new and improved facilities have also been added. Interest in camping has exploded in recent years. In the past, many campers have had to be turned away from parks simply because all the sites were already full. To help alleviate this congestion, the Division of Parks became the first park service on the East Coast to offer an advanced computerized reservation system for campsites and cabins. The services of Ticketron, a reservation firm that also handles theatrical and sporting reservations, have been contracted by the Virginia Park system. Now a camper or cabin guest may reserve his accommodation from any Ticketron center on the East Coast. For a nominal service charge, he may be assured of a campsite or cabin before arriving at the park. The 2,700-acre natural area at Seashore Park has been described as mysterious and exotic. Unique features are blankets of Spanish moss and breathing cypress knees. The natural area is a time capsule obscured somewhere in the 20th century. Over 40 miles of hiking trails and a bicycle trail are interwoven among spectacular flora and fauna exhibits. Seashore is truly a magnificent preservation. Also in the coastal region is Westmoreland State Park, located near Montrose. This park has water frontage of more than a mile on the Potomac River, with a picnic area, beach facilities, boat ramp, and a fishing pier. Atop Horsehead Cliffs are excellent campsites. Here you may explore nature. Discover a shark's tooth, or a beehive. In Chesterfield County, approximately 12 miles from the state capital of Richmond, is Pocahontas State Park. This park offers 2 lakes and elaborate recreational activities near one of the largest population centers in the state. The park is named for the famed Indian princess who saved Captain John Smith. One of the unique and most recent features of the park is a natural area designed for the physically handicapped. A hands-on exhibit area is available inside the visitor center. Nearby, a handicapped trail for wheelchairs and the blind winds to an overlook of Beaver Lake. Near Burkeville, in the tranquility of Prince Edward Galleon State Forests, are Prince Edward and Goodwin Lake State Parks. These parks are conveniently adjacent to one another and offer a full range of daytime activities as well as camping. Prince Edward has cabins available for rental. Bear Creek Lake off US 60 near Cumberland and Holiday Lake, embedded deep within the Buckingham Appomattox State Forest, are excellent wooded settings. In addition to camping facilities, there are day-use activities. Further south, bordering the 50,000-acre Buggs Island Lake, is Stanton River State Park. Situated on a peninsula in Halifax County, Stanton River has been associated with a backlog of history ranging from frontier life through the Civil War period up until the present. 10 miles of nature trails surround the park, which has camping, vacation cabins, and one of the largest outdoor swimming pools in the state. A major part of the park program features water-related activities. In the western part of Virginia, in the mountain region, many areas abound with recreational opportunities. In the Alleghenies, near Clifton Forge, is Douthit State Park. Outstanding mountain scenery can be enjoyed on the many miles of hiking trails within the 4,500-acre park. The 70-acre lake provides water sports with campgrounds and cabins nearby. In cooperation with the Commission of Game and Inland Fisheries, a popular trout fishing plan is offered for summer fishing. A lodge is also available for group use. Claytor Lake State Park, located near Radford and Pulaski, provides excellent facilities for water skiing and boating. Situated on one of the largest freshwater lakes in Virginia, Claytor Lake features an excellent swimming beach and cabins that overlook the lake. A complete marina is also available. Hungry Mother State Park near Marion is another outstanding mountain park. One of the first 6 original state parks, founded in 1936 under the Civilian Conservation Corps, Hungry Mother offers excellent water-related activities. Overnight and weekly accommodations are available in the park. Nestled in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains near Martinsville is Fairy Stone State Park. Legend says these miniature cross formations are crystallized tears that fairies shed at the news of the death of Christ. An excellent lake provides water recreation. The peaceful wooded setting surrounding the lake provides a backdrop for many additional activities. Naturalists also conduct extensive interpretive programs, including water tours. Outdoor excursionists come to Virginia state parks as seekers of recreation. They also come as seekers of history, a history that is spread from a grist mill George Washington owned and operated for 3 decades near Mount Vernon, to the scars of Sailor's Creek battlefield near Farmville, the site of the last major battle of the Civil War. The Hillsman House, overlooking the battlefield, was used as a hospital for both the North and the South. In Wythe County, near Fort Chiswell, stands one of 3 shot towers found in the United States today. During frontier days, melted lead was poured down this 75-foot shaft to make ammunition. Another historic preservation is the Southwest Virginia Museum, located in Big Stone Gap. Exhibits include household appliances, educational materials, tools and other utensils common in the Virginia mountains. The Division of State Parks also preserves and protects land areas in their natural habitat. Preservation of such areas as Parker's Marsh and the Barrier Islands on the eastern shore are essential to wildlife and to the many examples of unique plants found in these marshes, swamps, and grasslands. Another of the natural preservation areas is Goshen Pass. Daytime recreational activity is being planned along the river and in the nearby woods. Scenic trails are growing in popularity, and the Virginia Park Service is proud to have responsibility for that portion of the Appalachian Trail which passes through the state. The freedom to walk with nature is truly available along the trail. Here one finds peace and tranquility amid the splendor of nature. Our need for preserving recreational areas was first envisioned in 1936 when 6 state parks were formed. Since then, Virginia state parks have grown considerably. But we must not stop growing. By the year 2000, about 10 million people will be using Virginia state parks. We are gaining more wealth more modes of transportation, and more leisure time. In the past, most Virginians lived in the country, close to nature. They had many recreational activities at hand. Today, our way of life is reversed. Virginia is becoming a crowded civilization. Fields of yesterday are today's parking lots. The outdoor environment we once knew is giving way to uncontrolled and unplanned development. Our woods and waters are being used by the exploding population. They're also being misused. Each year in America, about 1 million acres of virgin land turns beneath the blade of the bulldozer. Highways, shopping centers, and housing developments are replacing our streams and woods. Everyone cannot own a cabin on a mountaintop or a cottage by the sea, but somehow, somewhere, there should be that one particular place where an individual can leave the traffic snarls and metropolitan maze. And that someplace should be open, where everyone may fully enjoy outdoor recreation and nature at its best. In the future, will Virginians and her guests be able to enjoy the outdoors that we often take for granted? This question was recognized in 1964 when the General Assembly authorized an Outdoor Recreation Study Commission to carefully analyze our remaining resources in Virginia. In a report called Virginia's Commonwealth, this commission made a number of recommendations, including new and improved recreational facilities, preservation of more natural areas, and a system of scenic trails. What type of areas are to be preserved, and how does the Commonwealth buy land for preservation and recreation? One major factor involved is master planning. A park planner develops ideas on graphic locations that are suitable for recreation or for preservation of the native environment. On the shores of Lake Anna in Spotsylvania County lies one of the Commonwealth's newest state parks. Our need for preserving natural areas was noted in the middle 60s when the General Assembly authorized a state park in Grayson County. Grayson Highlands State Park is well suited for the kind of activities found close to nature. Near Mount Rogers, the highest peak in Virginia, the setting is majestic. Here nature will remain unspoiled for man to enjoy. The hills come alive with the approach of the annual Mountain Music Festival at the park.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virginia Highlands Music Festival. We're going to have a good one tonight, and I don't think it's going to be too cold either. Stand by the waterfall, where the water runs out cool, and no secrets ever fall from the lips of the moon. Jennifer was 17, the same age.
Atop Haw Orchard Mountain, guests will find a visitor center. Below, amid the rolling hills, a cabin features native handcrafts. Autumn comes quickly in the mountains. The bright colors of fall give way to the blankets of snow. Both summer and winter activities are available here in the mountains. Another area being preserved for future generations is Natural Tuttle State Park in Scott County. Tucked away in tranquil mountains, the tunnel is nearly 900 feet long. The entrance is as high as a 10-story building and half a city block wide. Stock Creek has patiently carved its way through the tunnel for thousands of years. Trains hauling coal look like toys in the chasm. This large crater, called the Amphitheater, is twice as high as Niagara Falls. A museum tells the history of the railroad that runs through the tunnel. And a mountain crafts center, operated in cooperation with the Mountain Empire Community College, features the handiwork of the area. East of the Blue Ridge near Roanoke and Lynchburg, Smith Mountain Lake is a fisherman's paradise and a popular place for water sports. The site of Smith Mountain Lake State Park in Bedford County is on 3 peninsulas with a shoreline of more than 10 miles. Many miles of trails will wind through the woods, and a nature center at the park entrance will introduce visitors to the natural features of the forest and lake. In 1968, the state leased Occoneechee State Park from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Located near Clarksville on Bugs Island Lake and named for the famous Southside Indians who lived here, the park has 600 acres available for camping, nature interpretation, and recreation. A major part of the park program features water-related activities. Future plans call for expansion of park land to over 2,000 acres. In Northern Virginia, there are over 1 million people, and in 1 generation, the population will be 4 times that. Near Washington, opportunities for outdoor recreation are limited. Federal, state, and county governments are cooperating to provide a variety of recreation areas for the most heavily populated region of Virginia in the peaceful beauty of Mason Neck on the Potomac River. Belmont Bay and Canes Creek are focal points for water sports. Being planned are day-use facilities, hiking trails, and historical interpretive programs. In another part of the Commonwealth, a new state park will overlook the historic York River near the colonial capital of Williamsburg. The site lies midway between Hampton Roads and Richmond. In just 1 generation, 6 million people are expected to live in this region. In addition to the river, there's a winding tidal stream called Taskinus Creek. It too is well suited for boating. A natural area will preserve the creek and marshes, and an interpretive center and nature trails are also planned. Farther south on the majestic James River is Chip Oaks Plantation. The 1,400-acre estate was given to all the people of Virginia by Mrs. Victor Stewart, who owned the plantation with her late husband for half a century. Chip Oaks is in Surrey County, across the river from Jamestown. It was part of America's first English colony, and the plantation has kept its original boundaries. Today, it's a modern farm. Visitors to Chip Oaks Plantation State Park may observe up-to-date agriculture. Chip Oaks has a rich past, and historical interpretation is to be a major activity. A formal garden, one of the largest in Virginia, will be a highlight of the plantation tours. Chip Oaks Plantation State Park will present a balance of history, agriculture, recreation, and nature interpretation. The lure of the ocean, the Atlantic's appeal, brings millions of visitors every year to Virginia Beach. A new state park is being planned just south of Virginia Beach. False Cape is the southernmost stretch of beach in Virginia, extending 5 miles up the coast from North Carolina. This unique area will provide beach and ocean recreation at its very best. Beyond the broad beach are high sand dunes. And behind the dunes are thick woods with many varieties of plants. Preservation of the flora and fauna is primary, and nature interpretation will play a major role in this area. On the western side of the mile-wide park site is Back Bay, a large body of fresh water. Falls Cape is truly a paradise for recreation. As we have seen, outstanding areas such as these have been lost to urban and industrial growth. But a few are being saved for their natural and recreational values. As our population expands in the generations after us, we can be proud to say we left our descendants a legacy of rich resources and opportunities. Come now, open up to your natural surroundings. Become aware of the abundance of open spaces available. Open up. Parks are for people.
Open up your very heart and feel a dream.
All right. So the scanner I have put to bed. It ran 12 hours, and then it started freaking out, and so we're just gonna let it relax. But that's okay, because I have literally thousands of files that we have digitized over the years. And so the other thing is that we're also going to be setting up for a music thing at 11. And so that's going to require some time and some recabling. So I was going to do this at 10 anyway, so I just did it 30 minutes early. All right. Let's try to figure out what's wrong with Archie. When I first saw this, I thought it was the trouble with archives. But yeah, enjoy.
What's going on here? Oh, okay, who's the wise guy? All right, Mendel, you can come out of hiding now.
It was a gag, Mr. Haley, just a gag.
Oh, so you think it's funny, do you? Well, you're on suspension. Try to get a laugh out of that.
Now look, Mr. Haley.
No, you look. Look and see if you're laughing when you get your walking papers. Get back to work.
So you put him on suspension?
Yeah, we can't let him get away with that kind of stuff.
You're right. You're right. No company can put up with that kind of horseplay. You're right to take strong action. Sit down, Bert. Sit down. You know the usual steps in disciplining a man.
Well, you mean first warn him, then reprimand him, and then suspend him, and then finally discharge him? But this is too serious for that cat.
Now, deciding the discipline this calls for, that's up to you. Now, in this case or any other, I'll back you up. But look, Bert, you lost your temper. You bawled him out in front of other people. And remember the rule about discipline that says never take hastier action than the situation calls for? Yeah. Well, I know how you feel. I'd feel the same way in your shoes. But let's cool off a little, huh? Why don't we talk about it over some lunch?
Okay. I guess I've worked up an appetite.
I think you better not hang around too long, Archie. You might run into Haley.
Thing that gets me, I was just in line to get
a job driving a forklift truck.
Could be, it'd do him some good. Let him take a little responsibility.
Could be. What'd be good for him is a good, swift kick in the...
Ask me. Haley's just going to be looking for an excuse to fire me.
Yeah, if he isn't firing you now, he's going to be tough on you.
Gonna be rough on you now, Bert.
No, just fire him and save all the problems.
You must remember it costs money to fire a man and train a new one. Better to save the one you've got if you can make a good worker out of him.
Cat, I can't be running a rehabilitation center for delinquents.
No, but you might be able to change the man's attitude. Take a little doing, but might be worth it. Maybe what Pringle needs is a sense of responsibility.
What Haley needs is a sense of humor.
Why is it, whenever anything goes wrong with you, it's always somebody else's fault?
It's not my fault. I tried to give the guy a break. I'd even look the other way when I'd catch him goofing off.
You can't be nice to guys like that. You got to growl at them every time they turn around. That's the only way to keep them in line.
That's no answer. Bert, I wouldn't give up on him yet. Might have a good worker there if you figure out a way to change his attitude. I'd think about it.
All right, Archie. You understand now what will happen if there's any more trouble.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to expect no more foolishness, and I'm going to expect a lot better work. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, Archie, you're in line for consideration for a job coming up in a few weeks. Driving a forklift. Now, that's no toy. You can do a lot of damage with a forklift. It needs a man who can take responsibility. Now, if you were me, would you give that job to a man who had just been on suspension?
No, I guess not.
Well, I might. Now, let's see what kind of work you can do in the next few weeks. Hmm? Okay, Archie, it's all yours. Your truck, your responsibility. I'm going to expect that you're up to it. Oh, before you get carried away, the company has some work rules that they want you to know about. I'll explain them to you as I go along. First off, all employees assigned responsibility.
Hey, Chuck, I still say this thing idles too fast. Set it a little slower, will you? Let me try it that way.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Mr. Haley.
Hey, that rush job you handled for me yesterday. Well, you did a good piece of work. You did a very good job.
Thanks, Mr. Haley. I'll do that. Keep your shirt on. Get off my truck. All right, let's go on. Come on,
Cap, Pringle's been stirring up trouble again. Now I've had enough. I want to get rid of him.
What happened?
Lawson was driving Pringle's truck. Pringle pulled him off and started a fight.
What was Larson doing with Pringle's truck?
Pringle left it blocking the way.
What do you have to say for himself?
Oh, what could he say?
You mean you haven't asked him? Bert, what do you think made Pringle act like this?
Just ornery, I guess.
There must be a reason.
Larson was driving Pringle's truck. Pringle pulled him off and started a fight.
What was Larson doing with Pringle's truck?
Pringle left it blocking the way.
What do you have to say for himself?
Oh, what could he say?
You mean you haven't asked him? Bert, what do you think made Pringle act like this?
Just ornery, I guess.
There must be a reason.
Cuts off. Let me see if I can find another version of that. But in the meantime, let's watch Ways to Good Habits. Enjoy.
Play ball. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Especially when you can bat as well as Bob. Bob's just about the best batter in the game, and all the fellows know it. They play deep when Bob comes up to bat. Jerry wishes he could do as well. He's watching to see how Bob does it. Look, without even thinking about it, Bob sets his feet so he can really hit the ball. He always stands this way, and he always holds the bat a certain way, and he always keeps his eye on the ball. Bob always bats this way, and so it's become a habit. Here comes the pitch. It's a hit. Boy, would Jerry like to make a hit like that. Who wouldn't? Look at Bob go. Come on, Bob. It's a home run. Well, now it's Jerry's turn at bat, but he's not the best batter on the team. In fact, they call Jerry an easy out. We can see why by watching how he bats. Jerry has batting habits too, but they don't help him very much, do they? And here comes strike two. And now, well, at least Jerry has one good habit. He's a good sport. He doesn't make a fuss about it. He knows he needs to learn how to bat. He needs to build the habit of holding the bat the right way and standing the right way. But how do you go about building a new habit? Now, Bob, he could help, if he would help. But Bob isn't the friendly sort. Well, Jerry will get him to help. Jerry really wants to build new batting habits right now. And this is the way to change from an old habit to a new one. First, decide what bad habit you want to break and what good habit you want to build. Then get someone to help you. You'll need someone to catch you when you make a mistake. Start your new habit right away. Take the very first chance you have to practice your new habit. And with someone helping you, don't let yourself slip back into the old habit. Stick to your new habit and practice it. There, Jerry's doing better already, isn't he? And now that he's started on his new habit of batting, he'll find it easier each time he tries. All he has to do is keep on practicing. Then he'll have a new, good habit. He'll be able to bat the new way without thinking about it. But now the game's over, and Jerry begins to notice some of the habits the others have. There are all sorts of things that we do without even thinking about doing them. They're habits. See the boy fixing his cap? That's Tim. It doesn't really matter how he wears his cap, but he always puts it on this way without even thinking about it. So this is a habit he has. And why is Eddie straightening his clothes? Because it's a habit. And it's a good habit, don't you think? Now Jerry remembers Bob has a habit that's not so good. Bob isn't very courteous. He doesn't try to be friendly, and so he doesn't have many friends. Well, if you can break a habit of batting wrong, can't you break a habit of not being courteous? Since Bob helped Jerry, Jerry decides to help Bob. So, as they start home, he mentions it. Why, Bob didn't even know he had the habit of not being courteous. But now that he knows about it, Bob would like to change to a better habit, and he wants Jerry to help him change. So they begin to talk about habits. Many things we do are habits. Bob brushes his teeth twice a day and doesn't even have to think about it. That's a good habit, isn't it? Whether we get along well or not depends on whether we have good habits or bad habits. Jerry sees a girl they know, a girl who always makes a habit of picking up her toys when she's through playing. Don't you think this is a good habit? Many, many things are habits. When we have good habits, we don't have to think about doing the right things. At the corner, Bob and Jerry notice another habit they have. They always stop and look both ways before they cross the street. Is this a good habit? What do you think? Now Bob sees how much we all need good habits. He decides to build a good habit of speaking courteously. Jerry is right here to help him. Look, here comes Mrs. Thompson, a neighbor. Here's an opportunity for Bob to start his new habit of being courteous and friendly. What will he do? That's the way. It does please Mrs. Thompson. Yes, Bob has made a good start toward building his new habit, a good habit. Now, every time he tries, he'll find it easier and easier, just as Jerry has the easy habit of being friendly and courteous. But what's this? Oh, it does pay to build good habits, doesn't it? Now there's one thing more for Bob to do before he really has the new habit of courtesy. Do you remember what it is? He has to practice. After he has the habit, he won't have to think about being friendly. But at the start, he must make sure he speaks to everyone he knows, so he'll really get the habit. Here's Mr. Smith. See? Isn't it easy? Bob won't slip back into his old habit. He's going to be courteous every time he has a chance. What's this? Another chance already? Are these children having trouble? Well, Bob can surely be friendly to them, and maybe he can help them. Their new puppy is caught under the porch, and they can't get him out. But Bob will try. He can reach farther than the others. And here's the puppy. Just look at the new friends Bob is making. He'll keep on building the habit of being friendly now. And if Bob sticks to his new habit, he'll have all the friends he wants. You see, good habits help us find many things we want. Do you want good grades in school? Then start now to build the study habits that will help you. Do you want good health? Then build good health habits. Do you want to learn how to do something? How to play an instrument? Or how to make things? Or, like Jerry, how to bat? Then build the good habits that will help you. We saw how Jerry set about building his habit. Let's remember what he did. That's the way for all of us to build new habits. First, decide just what habit you want to build. Then get someone who knows how to help you. Start your new habit right away. Don't let yourself slip back to the old habit, practicing your new habit. Well, Bob and Jerry have been practicing their new habits for some time. Here's another ball game. Up to bat. Easy out. It's Jerry. They don't know he has a new habit. They'll find out. Wow. Now who's the easy out? Not Jerry. He's a real hitter with his new habit. And Bob also has a good new habit. He's friendly and courteous now, and it makes him really part of the gang. So it's really worthwhile to build good habits, isn't it?
So I've traded complexities. The scanner is now no longer on, but we're trying to set up for this musical thing. We're going to do it at 11. And of course, a new piece of technology is misbehaving. I found Trouble with Archie, another scan that I had done, but it's black and white. So we're going to watch the exciting conclusion of Trouble with Archie. What do you think is going to happen? Is he going to get fired? Is he going to be killed? We don't know. Let's find out. All right, turns out we're not going to find out what happened with Trouble with Archie. I'm not sure what happened to the soundtrack. I will look again. I'll see if I can find another copy. In the meantime, let's work safely in the shop. Enjoy. It's a good thing like I have all these films set up, because it is just, it's like juggling plates over here. All right, enjoy.
Power tools are fast, accurate, and safe when properly used. Now, we've used hand tools long enough to build habits of caring for them, of using them safely. The same habits of care and safety are even more important with power-driven tools. First of all, let's see what safeguards our shop provides. Notice that there's ample space for each power tool. Each one is set apart by marking on the floor. Only the operator or an authorized helper may enter this area. Most machines are equipped with guards to help keep fingers away from the sharp tools. There are waste cans and brushes, so they're kept clean and free of hazards. Materials are stored neatly, out of the work area. And flammable liquids are stored in safety containers, away from open flames. All these safeguards and many more are provided in the shop. But
they alone will not guarantee safety. That depends on what we do. How should we prepare ourselves? Partly in the clothing we wear for shop work. Husky leather shoes help protect the feet against dropped tools or materials. Clothes that are comfortably loose give you freedom of movement. Sleeves should be short or rolled up above the elbows. Avoid dangling neckties that might get caught in the machine. Yes, the clothing you wear can help you keep safe in the shop. There are other ways to prepare yourself. You will want to review the instructions for the machine and operation you're going to perform. You will do your share toward keeping the shop neat, the machines brushed off, the floor clear of scraps, the aisles open for traffic. You'll build the habit of staying outside the restricted areas about each machine, except when you're actually using the machine. Finally, you'll learn the skills of operating each machine safely. Here is the grinder, used for keeping tools sharp. Set the tool rest close to the wheel, no more than 1/16 of an inch away. Be sure the grinding wheel is properly guarded. A glass shield is good eye protection. And you may want to wear goggles for extra protection. Stand aside when you start the wheel, just in case it's defective. Now, hold the tool firmly in both hands and ease it against the wheel. Don't crowd the wheel. Try to use the whole width of the wheel to prevent grooving it. See the sparks fly? You'll be glad your eyes are protected. You'll be glad you know how to use the grinder safely. How is your skill with the circular saw? See what you can learn here. We're going to make a rip, or lengthwise cut. Is this the proper blade for ripping? Right. This type blade is set so that it will project 1/8 to 1/4 inch above the board. For ripping, use the fence to guide your work, checking it with the parallel grooves on the table. Make sure the guard is down over the blade. Now you're ready to turn on the motor. Set your feet so you stand with good balance and out of the line of the board in case it should kick back. Now ease the board along, keeping it snugly against the fence, but not rushing it past the blade. As you near the end of the cut, make sure you keep your fingers well away from the blade. Turn the motor off before you do anything else. But now, suppose you have to rip a narrow piece off a board. Set the guard up, out of the way. Use the fence as before. But there isn't much room between the fence and the saw blade. What now? Watch and see. Once the cut is well started, use a pusher stick and easily push the work through without bringing your fingers near the blade. Now, shut off the motor and wait till the blade stops. Run the blade all the way down. That's the safe way to leave it. Brush off the sawdust. Put the guard down for added safety. Well, how is your skill with the circular saw? Could you do that well, safely? What about the band saw? Suppose you wanted to cut an ornamental curve. Make sure the saw is not running. adjust the upper saw guide to slightly more than the thickness of your work. Check other adjustments. Measure the blade to make sure it will take the curves you plan to cut. Review your notes. Also, some bandsaws have this information in chart form on the machine. Feed your work slowly, never crowding the blade. Take it especially easy on the sharper turns. If the saw should bind, turn off the power and wait till the blade stops before backing up the work. Keep your mind and your eyes on the work. Keep your fingers clear of the blade, and all will go well. Next, let's have a look at the drill press. See if you can figure out the safe way to produce accurate holes fast. What's the cap for? Do your shop rules require a cap to keep your hair away from the revolving parts? Note that the work is clamped securely to the table. Do you know why there's an extra board underneath? Bring the drill down slowly and easily. Don't force it through. Then ease up as the drill is about to break through. And there you are. Fast, accurate work done safely. Other machines in our shop help us and need to be used with care. When you use the jointer, be sure to use the protecting guard. And when you're planing, the pusher should be used as a safety measure. A disc sander is used for shaping and finishing operations. But let the sander do the work. Don't crowd too closely. And work on the downward side of the disc. Of course, we still use our hand tools, too. Keeping them clean, storing them neatly, helps keep them in good condition. Well, are you ready to work safely? Remember, our shop is equipped with useful tools and with safeguards to help us use them safely. We come to the shop properly clothed, safety conscious, and instructed in the safe way to use tools. The end result of skillful work is such pleasing and useful products as these, made the right way, which is the safe way and the best way.
Can you hear me? Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Yeah, as we are entering our 13th hour, the fairies, the good technology fairies, have gone to sleep, and now there is no safety net. We are left to our own devices here, and things are not boding well with technology as far as why it's making sense and why it's not making sense. For example, I do not have a complete copy of Trouble with Archie that has sound. And this has been this way for 5 years. I do not know what happened. That's really crazy. So I'm just going to tell you what happened. His supervisor was mad, but then the boss was like, well, you know, give him another chance, talk to him about it, figure out what happened. And so Archie gets a letter in his file that he's put on suspension, but he still gets to keep his job, and eventually he gets a promotion. So there's a good good that happens to Archie. And maybe he hooks up with that girl. I don't know. Maybe. Like to think so. All right, so what do we got here? Oh boy. Where is that? Man. All right, where is it? Oh, wait. Is that it? Nope. There it is. Okay. So now let's watch Spinal Column structure. Enjoy.
Man's marvelous body is constructed for strength, as well as for free and graceful movement. This freedom of movement depends upon intricate systems of bones, muscles, and nerves. This film is primarily concerned with one part of the bony framework of the body, the spinal or vertebral column. This is the spinal column, consisting of 33 bones. The upper part of the spinal column is joined to the base of the skull. It is joined in a way that gives firm but flexible support. In this unusual X-ray photograph, you can see these parts of the body in action. Lower down, the bones of the spinal column serve as the rear supports for the ribs and their attachments. Together with the ribs, this column also helps to support the shoulder girdle. At its base, the spinal column is firmly connected with the bones of the pelvis. This supports the upper parts of the body and forms the upper connections of the lower limbs. A very important function of the spinal column as a whole is to provide a well-protected path for the spinal cord. This cord is the extension of the central nervous system from the brain. While the average spinal canal is about 27 inches long, the spinal cord averages only about 17 or 18 inches. A pair of spinal nerves appear between each vertebral arch. The fully developed spinal column usually consists of 33 bones. Each of these bones is called a vertebra. The bones are grouped into spinal regions: the cervical, the thoracic, the lumbar, the sacral, and the coccygeal. The sacral and coccygeal are shown here as one unit. In the adult, the 5 sacral vertebrae are fused. This shows how the assembled spine is positioned in the body. This is the spinal column in a reclining position. Note the location of the pelvis, or hip bone. There are 4 major curvatures in the spinal column. There is a convex or forward curvature in the cervical region and another in the lumbar region. There is a concave or backward curvature in the thoracic region and another in the sacrococcygeal region. Wedge-shaped discs of connective tissue help hold the vertebrae apart. The shape of these wedges account for the curvatures in the spine. The wedge-shaped discs of cartilage and the curvatures give elasticity to a person's movements and help absorb shocks. Openings between the base of the arches of the vertebrae provide entrances and exits for the nerves of the spinal cord and for the associated blood vessels. From most vertebrae project small extensions of bone, which form joints with similar extensions of the vertebrae above and below it. Other more prominent extensions extend backward and to the sides to form spines to which muscles and ligaments are attached. These form joints
which aid movements of the trunk and prevent the individual vertebra from slipping forward or backward. There are differences as well as similarities among the different vertebrae. For example, the first two cervical vertebrae are unlike any of the others. This one is called the atlas because it supports the head, as the mythological Atlas was thought to support the world on his shoulders. It lacks body and spine and has two large surfaces on which the skull can rock. This X-ray picture shows the action. The second vertebra is called the axis. It has a bony part that serves as a pivot of rotation for the atlas on the axis. The remaining cervical vertebrae are quite similar, except for the long spine of the seventh vertebra. The position of this vertebra may be easily seen when the head is bent forward. Taken together, these 7 cervical vertebrae in the spinal column help provide freedom of movement for the head and to cushion the head from shock. In the thoracic region, there are 12 vertebrae. Each of these 12 vertebrae is somewhat larger than those of the cervical region. These vertebrae serve as points of anchorage for the ribs. They permit the slight movement of the heads of the ribs that is required in breathing. In most people, the first rib joined to one vertebra only. The next 9 join the spinal column at the joints between adjacent vertebrae. The 11th and 12th ribs, the so-called floating ribs, each is joined to a single vertebra like the first rib. We remove the rib cage to show the location of the kidneys, stomach, liver, heart, and lung. This is how the ribs form a protective housing for them. And with the 5 lumbar vertebrae, these bony structures form a partial protection for much of the intestinal tract. The lumbar vertebrae are larger and stronger than those above. Being lower, they are subjected to greater weight bearing and strain. The lowest lumbar vertebra is joined with the sacrum. The sacrum, in turn, is joined to the bones of the pelvic area and forms a protection for the intestines, the bladder, and the reproductive organs. This cut section shows the inside of the spinal column. Ligaments hold the vertebrae together, help achieve firmness, and at the same time allow for flexibility. Inside the rear of the spinal canal, all the vertebrae are united by a ligament. Along the front of the canal runs a second and much stronger ligament. In addition to these, another ligament connects the bodies of adjacent vertebrae in the front of the column. Body muscles also have important functions in the maintenance and movement of the spine. The great sacrospinalis muscle on each side holds the spine in an erect position. See how it divides into 3 columns on each side, which become attached to ribs and vertebrae at different levels. The ligaments and muscles that attach to the vertebrae prevent the vertebral column from bending too far, thus affording a protective role in preventing damage to the nerve cord and a crushing action on the internal organs. The human body is a group of interrelated machines with the spinal column as their axis. Good posture means that the body is held erect so that the body mechanisms function normally, while position and balance are maintained with a minimum of muscle strain. Under these conditions, none of the curves of the spinal column is exaggerated. Slender and rapidly growing children often have postural trouble. 2 procedures may help remedy this condition. One is the use of food such as milk, which helps build stronger bones and muscles. The other is to make certain one gets plenty of rest. Bad body mechanics may be the result of stooping to avoid calling attention to excessive height. good posture is merely the reflection of good body mechanics. And good body mechanics depend in large measure upon the intricately built axis of body movement, the spinal column. In this film, we have seen that the spinal column consists of 33 specialized bones grouped in different regions. We have also seen how the parts of the spinal column are related with other parts of the bony structure and with the nerves and muscles. The curves in the spinal column and the connective tissue wedges between the different vertebrae provide the flexibility and resilience required for movements of the human body. The spinal column is the axis of the human structure. It makes possible the body's wonderful freedom of movement and helps to give us flexibility and strength.
Can you guys hear me? Technology's been going nuts over here, and so I'm going to take a break and say thank you for watching, in spite of all the technical problems. And I don't know, I kind of went back to this webcam on this computer. I've got two computers running here. And then behind me, I've got another computer that's not a scanner computer. So that's another computer. And then, there's too many computers right off the bat. All right. So let's see. You can support us by hitting, by going to patreon.com/avgeeks or ko-fi.com/avgeeks. Those are great ways to support us. And I saw Richie Ruggs did that some time ago, and I did not acknowledge it because things were going nuts over here. The other thing is hit the like and subscribe button and tell the internet that we deserve to live. And you know, maybe the internet has something to do with what I'm going through right now. I'm not sure. Who knows? So, all right. We've got, I haven't shown a single NASA film up to this point, and I got NASA films. So here we go. Let's watch a NASA film. Enjoy.
This is the greatest force ever applied to move a vehicle. This is the cluster of rocket engines boosting the Saturn vehicle free of gravity, straight up. Saturn is the largest rocket ever produced by the United States. Not a military rocket, Saturn was designed solely as a space vehicle. It can carry multi-ton payloads into Earth orbit or to the moon. And the scientific space exploration by Saturn rockets will lead eventually to placing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. But all the missions planned for Saturn hinge on one essential element of space rocketry: power. Power built into a propulsion system. A propulsion system capable of enormous, concentrated, reliable amounts of rocket power. For the level of propulsion power fixes how far we can go or how much we can do in space. In Saturn, the propulsion system has enough muscle to carry science into deep space. This initial version of Saturn embodies the multi-stage concept. The propulsion system is integrated into vehicle design and function throughout the separate stages. Each stage successively thrusts the Saturn to greater height and velocity. The payload, riding at the top of the vehicle, is finally released in space at the point calculated to perform its planned mission. Here and here are the individual rocket engines grouped in clusters, tied together to function as a single unit. But perhaps before we get deeper into engine systems, we might re-examine some of the fundamentals of rocketry: rocket propulsion and rocket engines. Engines. We're surrounded by them. Auto engines, boat engines, aircraft engines. This is an engine used by the Wright brothers in one of their first airplanes. Like most of the engines we know and its highly developed successors, this is an internal combustion engine. Our Saturn rocket engines are entirely different species. They work on a different principle, the reaction principle. Rocketry, and the Saturn engines, of course, owe a credit to Sir Isaac Newton. In his third law of motion, he stated, "For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction." For example, in shooting a gun, the action of the rapidly expanding gases moving forward generates an equal force moving to the rear. For every action, there's an equal reaction. In fact, the action of the boy hitting the earth causes a measurable reaction by the earth. Mathematically estimated, a reaction rated at about 1/1,000,000th of an inch in 56 years. However, the rocket engineer confines the reaction he contrives and gains a maximum controlled effect. Power, like this. If we fill a sphere with highly pressurized gases, there can be no action and reaction. The pressures are equal in all directions, and the gas remains motionless. But if a hole is cut in the sphere, the pressurized gas rushes to escape. Thus, we have an imbalance of pressure in the sphere in these two directions. Similarly, if we fill a balloon with compressed air, there is a greater pressure within the balloon than outside. When we release the air within the balloon, the column of air escaping sets up a momentum going in one direction, and the reaction in the other direction, acting as pressure on the interior of the balloon, propels our little rocket. If we look at a representation of a rocket engine's thrust chamber, we see the same principle applied. Through combustion in the thrust chamber, great amounts of energy are released. Hot, expanding gas escapes through the nozzle throat. Because of the design of the nozzle, the mass of escaping gas molecules is accelerated rapidly. This kinetic energy, bursting from the nozzle exit at supersonic speed, generates an enormous force. From the mass and acceleration of the gas flow is computed a basic measurement of rocket power, thrust. The reaction to this thrust is expressed in pressure against the top of the chamber here, against the sides here, and against the interior walls of the nozzle here, forcing the thrust chamber, and with it, the entire body of the rocket upward. Oh, and one other thing. Many people in the past thought that the rocket required a solid body of atmosphere to push against in order to move. Incorrect. The thrust generated by the engine upwards must overcome the pressure of the atmosphere. As the rocket gains altitude, the atmospheric pressure is reduced. And so you see, not only does the rocket not have to push against Earth's atmosphere, but the net effect of atmospheric pressure is to reduce the rocket's efficiency. These first principles of rocket propulsion are simple. That is, compared to problems of turning principles into hardware in the form of high thrust, high reliability engines. Intensive development of rocket propulsion technology began only a very few years ago. Many areas of science contributed to the development of rocket engines such as this. And all the existing frontiers of development and production knowledge had to be advanced. In propellant chemistry, to provide new higher energy, safely handled propellant combinations. New materials were needed. New metals, plastics, ceramics, capable of withstanding new levels of stress, shock and vibration, and heat. Fabrication techniques had to be devised, and then improved continuously to manufacture and assemble the new components conceived by engine designers. Then the test programs. When the hardware materialized, component by component, patterns of repetitive testing were developed to prove out the designs and structures, to measure performance, to build up reliability. A cycle of test, measurement, evaluation, and improvement over and over. From this technical evolution came a rocket propulsion industry and the Saturn propulsion system. All rocket engines now used by Saturn have these characteristics. All are liquid propellant engines. Tanks forming the rocket superstructure carry propellants. The engines are bipropellant. That is, they use a combination of a fuel and an oxidizer. The feed system is the heart of engine operation. It delivers the propellants to the engine and consists of a centrifugal pump and a turbine to drive the pump. A gas generator provides a hot gas jet to drive the turbine. The fuel is routed through the many tubes which, stacked together, form the thrust chamber. In this manner, the fuel cools the chamber and protects it from the high combustion gas temperatures within. Oxidizer and fuel, pump fed at high pressure through an injector, meet finally in the thrust chamber. This controlled explosion is sustained evenly by constant propellant flow rates. Full duration of engine operation is about 2 minutes. As we said, Saturn achieves its great power by grouping or clustering individual engines. In the booster stage, 8 H1 engines are mounted in a pattern of 2 squares. 9 propellant tanks are clustered vertically above the engines. 5 contain the oxidizer, liquid oxygen, and 4 hold the fuel, kerosene. The propulsion system is also the means of directional control for Saturn. The outer 4 booster engines, upon a signal from the rocket's control computer, can shift thrust direction and thus stabilize the vehicle against aerodynamic forces and adjust the vehicle's course. Upper stage engines are smaller, producing 15,000 pounds of thrust and designed for efficiency at high altitudes. But these engines gain a high energy value by using liquid hydrogen as fuel. Hydrogen permits an energy increase of more than 50% over the more conventional kerosene used in booster engines. However, to use the hydrogen-liquid oxygen combination, engineers have had to learn how to handle and apply hydrogen, an extremely reactive element. In its liquid state, it is so cold, it boils at 423 degrees below zero. Scheduled to join the Saturn family of rocket engines later is the J2, also an upper stage hydrogen-fueled engine rated at a 200,000-pound thrust level. A new engine, the M1, also a hydrogen engine, will produce more than 1 million pounds of thrust and approaching an operational stage is the Mammoth F-1 engine, the largest rocket engine under development in this country. Continuously, engineers of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration are developing the propulsion elements of the Saturn vehicles. Here, held fast in the static test stand at Marshall Space Flight Center, Huntsville, Alabama, a booster section undergoes full duration firing. The 8 engines speak with a unified sound of 1.5 million pounds of thrust. Each of the 8 engines turns out 3 times as much propulsion as the largest jet airliner. Each engine pump, now pulling propellants from the tanks, could drain a railroad tank car in 2 minutes. And right now, the total booster power is about 32 million horsepower. If converted, it would generate electricity for any 3 western states, including Texas. All this has been said in trying to describe, by comparison, the power potential of Saturn. The power potential of Saturn. In only a few short years, the power and effectiveness of flight propulsion devices has progressed from this engine to engines comprising the propulsion system of Saturn. And that system makes it possible to multiply the capability of our first satellite by 1,000 times. The power equation is in balance. Rocket power is the key to greater accomplishments in space. Saturn propulsion systems will provide this power.
Yeah, we digitized a bunch of NASA films for North Carolina State University libraries because there was an alumnus who was a PR guy who NASA was one of his clients, and so he donated a bunch of films and video that he had to the library, and then we digitized it for them. And so there's some of the cool stuff. All right, what do we got? I have a little bit longer film here because we're going to start getting ready for the performance that's going to be at 11, which will drive you all away. No, I don't know. It's going to be very cathartic for me, but it might be too much. We'll see what happens. But before we do, I want to adjust something real quick. I'm going to flip over. This will just give you a sneak peek of what we're working on. And we're back. Okay, this is of Men and Machines. Enjoy.
From the moment of his birth, man machines. Machines can prolong his life, and they can end it abruptly. The study of men and machines, the systematic effort to make their relation possible in a world that grows ever more complex, is one of the newest branches of psychology. It also seems destined to be one of the most important. This field of psychology is known as human engineering, and its pioneers are the engineering psychologists. I'm John Darley. I'm in the control tower at the Idlewild Airport. About 250,000 years ago, man picked up a stone and made an axe like this one. For the next 250,000 years, not very much happened. At least not from the standpoint of engineering psychology, because man continued to work with very simple tools. But since the Industrial Revolution, things have picked up quite a bit. Here, for example, at this busy airfield, we can see how far and how fast we've come. When machines get this complicated, how does man cope with them? It has become the job of the engineering psychologist to find out. The study of man's behavior is the province of psychology. And in today's world, our behavior is very much linked to the machines. In the home, on the roads, at work, we are almost never without a machine of some kind. Therefore, it has become the responsibility of engineering psychologists to study man's behavior with his friend and enemy, the machine. During and after World War II, many psychologists tackled this increasingly complex relationship. Kennedy, Taylor, Morgan, Chapanis, Kapoff, in England, Bartlett and Broadbent, among others. One of the pioneers is Dr. Paul M. Phipps of the University of Michigan.
Engineering psychology thinks of man's relation to machine as a kind of dialogue in which the man and machine exchange information. But this information exchange sometimes breaks down. For example, the housewife, in setting the control on her oven, sometimes sets it too high so that the roast burns. Or the driver, reaching to turn off the windshield wiper, turns off the headlights instead. Engineering psychologists attempt to eliminate such confusion not by changing man's habits, but by changing the machine. They attempt to discover how machines can be designed so that the machine will speak a language which man understands. This means, I believe, that we should study man's habits, determine his natural reactions to stimuli, do experiments such as this simple stimulus-response compatibility study.
Can you hear me all right? Yes. This time we're going to test your speed and accuracy of response to signals. In this case, just the center light will come on, and when you see that light, you are to respond just as quickly as you can. All right, are you ready? Your reaction time was 0.17. Your movement time was 0.11. Reset the clock. This time we're going to make it a bit more complicated. Instead of just the center light coming on, any one of the 9 lights may appear. Your task again is to put your finger on the button as quickly as you see the light. All right, are you ready? Your reaction time was 0.33. Your movement time was 0.18.
As you can see, man does best when there are no alternatives. When we increase the number of alternatives in this experiment, man's reactions increase by about 50%. But the task is still a highly compatible one. That is, man's reactions are very natural ones, and he practically never makes an error. Let's see now what happens when we separate the stimulus and the response, and man must control from a distance, as is often the case in the man-machine dialogue.
All right, this time we have a more complicated task. The signal will appear on this panel up here, and you are to respond as before on these buttons down here. Again, touch the appropriate button as soon as the light comes on. Are you ready? Okay. Your reaction time was 0.63. Your movement time was 0.17.
The biggest source of confusion in man-machine communication arises when the brain has to translate and interpret information. The next step in our experiment is of this sort. The experimenter rotates the display so that it appears to be seen upside down and in a mirror. Reaction time now may be longer than a second. And you will notice that the subject's movements are uncertain and sometimes made to the wrong target. He can no longer use natural reactions in responding to the stimulus lights. Each step in which we have reduced the compatibility between man and machine has resulted in a fractional increase in the subject's reaction time. At first, this increase of fractions of a second may seem trivial, until one considers that a machine, such as an airplane, flies hundreds of feet in a second. Here, a lack of compatibility is a matter of life and death. Lack of compatibility means that the pilot makes errors, his reaction time slows down. This is exactly what was happening to some of our pilots in World War II. when engineering psychology first got started in this country. As a matter of fact, it started right here in the cockpits of our planes. We had the cream of American youth preparing for air combat, and yet about 1 in every 100 was being killed in a training accident. Why? It was our job to find out. Pilot's error. Most of these accidents were called on the reports. But we engineering psychologists thought differently. We talked to the pilots, and they called it engineering design error.
Pilot's error, hell. That's an engineering error. He had half a second to flip over to his reserve tank, and it takes 3. Try it once and see.
I can see how it happened. The 2 levers are exactly alike. In an emergency, you don't have time to look, you just grab.
Everybody that flies that aircraft has trouble. They feel for one knob and grab another.
You've never flown the plane before. The whole instrument panel is different. You look around for the airspeed indicator and it's someplace else.
Obviously, it was not the pilots. Then what was it? We started with the instrument panel. Every indicator on it is important to a pilot, but 6 of them are vital. These are the 6. They tell the pilot his position and his rates of movement in 3-dimensional space. But there was no standard arrangement, and so each time a pilot flew a different type of aircraft, he had to learn a new arrangement of the instruments. In order to find out what arrangement would shorten eye movements, reduce decision time, and save lives, we photographed, measured, and timed actual eye movement patterns of pilots in flight. As a next step, we converted all the data to schematic drawings, compared them, and found that one arrangement required the least amount of eye movements and was clearly superior to all the rest. Today, this arrangement is standard in all military and most civilian aircraft, and the pilots like it. They call it the Sacred 6. But one of the 6 was not so sacred, the standard altimeter. This is what the pilot formerly had to read to find out his altitude. 3 pointers, the long one for hundreds of feet, the broad one for thousands of feet, the small one for 10,000s of feet. At the moment, this one reads 1,500 feet. In a power dive, this is what the pilot sees on his altimeter. Can he read it? Working under Dr. Walter F. Grather, engineering psychologist at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, took the altimeter into the laboratory.
We'll start you off in level flight, due south at 20,000 feet. I'll call off course and altitude changes. Whenever the bell rings, you read your altitude. Are you ready?
Roger.
Okay, bank to the right to 225 degrees, and then climb to 30,000 feet.
Roger. $23,500.
Error.
The psychologist knows the correct reading because he has arranged for the bell to ring only at certain predetermined altitudes.
28,900.
Error.
$30,000.
Level out, and then put it into a dive.
22,000. 18, no, it's,
Okay, level out. Pretty tough, isn't it?
Engineering psychologists found that the average pilot took 7 seconds to read all 3 pointers of the conventional altimeter in the laboratory. In the air, of course, where the pilot usually knows his approximate altitude, his reading is considerably faster. In the laboratory, his readings also were frequently in error by 1,000 feet or more. And they were usually wrong in the dangerous direction. That is, the pilot thought he was higher than he actually was. It looked as if we had the answer to many mountaintop crashes and crashes short of the field. Our problem was clear, to find a better way of displaying altitude information. And as we studied the altitude display, we found out more about what the pilot needs to know. This counter, for instance, was easy to read with speed and accuracy. It told the pilot exactly where he was, but it didn't tell him where he'd been, where he was going to be, or how fast his altitude was changing. The search continued. In all, 9 altimeter displays were tested.
We want to try out this new tape-type altimeter. I'll start you out in level flight at 30,000 feet. As soon as you're ready, put the nose down and then level out at 10,000 feet. When the bell rings, call out your altitude.
Roger. 28,000. 26.5. 20,900. 15,000. 10 angels on the nose. This thing really works.
Engineering psychologists found out which designs worked best for man. Design engineers built it. Today, the most modern Air Force planes are equipped with a tape altimeter. It is also available for commercial planes and private pilots. These studies solved some of the problems for our pilots, but other problems remain. It is not only essential that the machine speak clearly to the man must speak just as clearly to the machine. In flight, the right response is a matter of life and death. Here's a scene that has been repeated far too often. When he touched the runway, the pilot started to raise his flaps. Instead, he raised his landing gear. In certain types of aircraft, this accident was tragically frequent. Who was to blame, the man or the machine? The answer again is the machine, and here is the culprit. Identical control knobs, placed side by side, but controlling very different functions. The pilot, touching down at 100 miles an hour, doesn't have time to take his eyes off the runway. And yet, with levers having the same shaped knob placed a few inches apart, it's very easy for him to grasp the wrong one. Without visual cues, what shapes can a man most easily distinguish by feel alone? That was one of the next problems tackled by the engineering psychologists at Wright-Patterson.
We want to find out whether you can tell the difference among these knobs if you can't see them. You can put your blindfold down now and we'll position your hand out here. When I say go, I want you to put your hand down on the knob that is positioned directly under it.
All right.
And when I say stop, I want you to take your hand up.
All right.
Then after each pair, I want you to tell me whether they were the same or different.
All right.
Go. Stop. Go. Stop.
Those were the same.
Go. Stop. Go. Stop.
Those were the same.
Go. Stop. Go. Stop.
Those were different.
As a result of our experiments, we recommended that each control have a different knob shape easily identified by touch. And here are some of the shapes that we recommended. Easily identified by feel without the necessity of using vision. When these shapes were introduced into airplanes, many of the landing accidents were reduced. These experiments, which we have been describing, were some of the early experiments done by the engineering psychologists. In the last 10 years, machines have continued to grow more complicated, and the work of the engineering psychologists more difficult.
Helping man to stay ahead of the machine has become a big job. Let's suppose that a jet plane is coming in for a landing. When the pilot makes a controlled movement, there's a critical time lag before the aircraft responds. If he waits for the response, he'll be too late with his next control movement. He has to be 2 or 3 movements ahead of the plane, or else he's in trouble. Now, how do we keep him out of trouble? To give us the answer, here is Dr. Julian M. Christensen of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
First, we have available a greatly expanded and improved engineering technology. But in addition to that, we have learned considerably more about man and his ability to handle these very difficult situations. As an example of the type of research that engineering psychologists are doing to support this effort, we'd like to have you see some work that Dr. Warwick is doing.
When the pilot makes a control movement in his airplane, there's always a lag between his control motion and the response of the aircraft. This means that the pilot must really be a few steps ahead of the aircraft or else he's in trouble. Now, what we've done here is attempt to simulate a bomber in a landing operation. That is, these computers have in them some of the dynamic characteristics of a bomber under a landing condition. And this little dot right here represents your present altitude. This square represents what your altitude should be if you're going to make a safe landing.
I see. I moved the dot into the square.
Yes, that's quite right. But remember, that little dot's going to be moving up and down. That's because your altitude naturally is changing during landing. And furthermore, of course, you're going to be subjected to some turbulence. So your task is to move that dot down to the square and keep it there. Ready?
Okay.
Fine. Well, how'd you find that?
Pretty tough.
As you can see, this is a very difficult task for our pilot to perform. Now, if we let the computers take some of the burden from him and present only the information he needs in a slightly different form, I think you can see that the job will be much easier, and as a result, the man-machine combination will be much more effective. It's important to note that we haven't changed man in any respect. We have only given him information that is more compatible. This kind of work was started by Birmingham and Taylor at the Naval Research Laboratory many years ago, and what you are seeing here is based on their pioneering efforts.
Okay, now we're going to let the computer do a little bit of the work. See this horizontal bar of light here on the display? That bar of light represents your predicted altitude. Over at the left-hand edge of the bar of light is your present altitude. At the right-hand edge of the bar of light is your predicted altitude 10 seconds from now. So if you make a mistake on the controls, the computer will tell you about it immediately. Got the picture?
Right.
Good. Okay. We'll try this now. Ready?
Right.
Go.
That's much easier.
Good.
We have seen the computer help one man solve one complex problem. However, in real life, the situation is usually much more complicated. There are many men and many machines dealing with complex interrelationships. Therefore, the engineering psychologist has had to address himself to these types of situations. As an example of work in this area, we'd like to show you some research that's going on at the Laboratory of Aviation Psychology at The Ohio State University, where they are dealing with problems related to the air traffic control situation.
I'm George Briggs, and this is the radar control room of a simulated air traffic control system. Our skies, the airspace above us, are becoming more and more crowded every day. And the man who attempts to control this traffic, the air traffic controller, has a difficult and at times nerve-wracking job to perform. It's something like placing a policeman on the observation deck of the Empire State Building and asking him to direct automobile traffic down on Times Square. In our laboratory, we have students who, instead of flying aircraft, fly these consoles by inserting corrections in the same way a pilot corrects his flight during an approach to the airfield. Also, as is the case in real life, Our laboratory air traffic controller can't see the planes he's talking to. And what's worse, the conventional radar display doesn't tell him which plane is which. All he sees on the radar scope is a number of moving blips, that is, dashes of light, and they are identical. The radar display doesn't tell him the altitude of the planes either. He has to remember that, and he has to remember which blip stands for which plane. When the traffic gets heavy, he sometimes forgets. First, we studied the problems that arise in the use of conventional radar displays.
Alpha 1 radar, trying to locate you, execute a 360-degree turn to the right, over.
Alpha 1 to radar, turning right to 360 degrees.
A sharp course change will show up on the radar scope, and the controller will be able then to locate the plane. But sometimes this leads to even worse trouble.
Alpha 1, what is your altitude, over?
Alpha 1 to radar, altitude 12,200 feet, over.
Bravo 4, what is your altitude, over?
Bravo 4 to control, altitude 12,000, over.
Bravo 4 radar, I have you in conflict with another aircraft. Descend to 10,000 feet.
Descending to 10 Angels, over.
Alpha 1, I have you in conflict with another aircraft. Turn left 30 degrees and hold your altitude, over.
Alpha 1 to radar, banking left, over.
Close calls and sometimes collisions occur because the air traffic controller can handle only a certain amount of information without further assistance from the radar scope. This happens not only in the laboratory, but in real life as well. And there, it costs us a precious commodity, human lives. To get at the principles which operate in this kind of a man-machine system, we have placed our air traffic controller under extreme stress. The two psychologists sitting on either side of the controller are going to measure his performance under an emergency condition which stretches his memory to the utmost. We have overloaded the air traffic control system, that is to say, the skies are jammed with aircraft. And now the radar scope is going dead.
Attention all aircraft, I have lost radar contact. Stand by till further advised. Bravo 7, Delta 8. I do not have you on radar. Stand by till further advised. Orbit right until further advised.
Under this kind of a stress, we found that a trained controller could handle efficiently and safely approximately 4 aircraft simultaneously. Today, in this kind of an emergency, the controller at an airport would divert at least some of the aircraft to alternate landing areas. We set as our goal a technique which would shift the burden of memory from the man to the machine. Working under Dr. Fitz, the psychologist provided the engineers with several devices that would tell the controller which plane was which. They were looking for some kind of a code or identifying mark that would make each of the radar blips distinct and individual. After several experiments, they inserted a computer in the system, as we have done now, that would provide a code for each of the aircraft. Without the distinctive coding, he sees this kind of radar display. When the computer is added to the system, he sees this. Every aircraft is identified by a code mark which compares to the hands on a clock. The shape is predetermined either by a computer or by information broadcast from the plane by radio. Now let us test the controller's emergency responses again.
Attention all aircraft, I have experienced radar failure. Stand by till further advised. Bravo 7, Delta 8. I have lost radar contact. Orbit right until further advised.
Coding has been tested under all sorts of circumstances, and there is no doubt that it contributes to air traffic control, safety, and efficiency. We found that by changing the machine in this way, the capacity of the controller was increased 100%. That is, he could now handle simultaneously 8 aircraft rather than 4. The Air Force is beginning to use coding in their radar approach control centers, and it will become available in the future at civilian airports as well. Of course, coding doesn't solve all the problems in air traffic control. At this moment, engineers and engineering psychologists are seeking more ingenious ways to adapt the mechanisms of air traffic control for an even more compatible relationship between man and machine.
250,000 years separates this axe and this radar system. And the history of engineering psychology spans only the last half-century. Young as it is, this science has already affected our lives and will do so in many more ways, all the way from automobiles to aircraft, from kitchens to space capsules. Engineering psychology stands for man, for the human scale in a world of complex man-machine relations. And it's the hope of every engineering psychologist that his findings will contribute to the mainstream of psychology's efforts to help man understand himself and his world. This is...
Okay, so now is the time. After how many hours are we in?
12.
No, 14 hours in.
Oh, I'm sorry, 14.
14 hours in. So 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. For the next 30 minutes, we are going to do a project that we started in 1990...
Early 90s.
Like 93, 94, 92?
1 or 2, yeah.
Okay.
Call it 92.
About the same time that I was we were beginning to collect films. We started this project called Repetophile, and it was the unnatural attraction to repetition. We used turntables, tape loops, dictaphones, skipping records, samplers, a little bit of samplers, yeah. And so we have revisited it in the 21st century. And so this is Repetophile. Enjoy?
The collective capabilities of the human race. 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 The collective capabilities. The collective capabilities. Of the human race.
A machine for handling information.
The collective capabilities of the human race. Of the human race. The information.
A collective capabilities
of the human race.
A machine for handling information.
The collective capabilities of the human race.
A machine for handling information. information. Team, a machine for handling information. Machine for handling information. Team, a machine for handling information. James says, I've good things. Very gigantic. With that, with a weekend, Harry, you're catching on. 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 Savings and loan banks for once the program is once the program is
This is an emergency meeting of all departmental heads of the XYZ Furniture Company. That's Mr. Armstrong, the president. He called the meeting to discuss the loss of a $75,000 order. This has been one of several large orders lost in the last few months. According to Mr. Johnson, sales manager, it was production's fault. But according to the production manager, Mr. Smith, his department was not at fault. But today, information arrived in order is changing dramatically the basis of the February 1st, and the fabric of society by the order for future repairs. Today, an information revolution changing time after the basic range sales ground. February 4th, the order was mailed to the revolution is changing dramatically the basis and the fabric of the ground. March 19th station from the ground. Completed. From today, March 21st, revolution furniture was changing dramatically the base of business and the fabric on the ground. For us customers, spring sales on the ground. Order. The warehouse.
First and most significant is the computer's ability to carry out a long series of operations without human intervention.
Vacation. Going away, coming home. A new society. People on the move. Business. Vacation. Going away, coming home. A new society. People on the move. Business. Vacation. Going away, coming home. A new society. People on the move. Business, vacation, going away, coming home. A new society, people on the move. Business, vacation, going away, coming home. A new society, people on the move. Business, vacation, going away, coming home. A new society, people on the move. Business, vacation, going away, coming home. A new society.
Breaking windows is stupid. 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 Breaking windows is
Fun is a state of mind. Fun is a state of mind. Fun is a state of mind and really has nothing to do with. Fun is a state of mind and really has nothing to do with. Fun is a state of mind and really has nothing to do with.
I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I should have. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I should have thrown. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I should have thrown it. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I should have thrown it. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. I guess I just had this rock in my hand. Oh, I think it's really dumb to break things. 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 I think it's really dumb to break. I think it's really. I think it's really dumb to break things. I think it's really dumb to break things. I think it's really dumb. I think it's really dumb. I think it's really dumb to break things. I think it's really dumb. I think it's really. I think it's really dumb to break things. 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 I think it's really dumb to break. I
Right up to the end of its long, useful life, down under the ground. Here we are. Fly us high, fly us through the air, fly us high, fly us through the air, fly us high. Fly us through the air. Fly us high. Fly us through the air. Fly us high. Fly us through the air. I'll show you my home. Here. And in our daily work. Giant lamps are the sentinels guiding our far. Take a good look. Right. However,
in the 17th century, the streets were still dark. Having to
sit there gaping, general lighting carries its own in between.
The thread passes back and forth, back and forth. The thread passes back and forth, back and forth. The thread passes back and forth, back and forth. The thread passes 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 back and forth. Back and forth. The thread passes back and forth. Back and forth. The thread passes back and forth. Back and forth. What do you guess? Yes or no? If you guess, what do you guess? Yes or no? What do you guess? Yes or no? If you guess that the what do you guess? Yes or no? If you guess, what do you guess? If you guess, what do you guess? Yes or no? What do you guess? Yes. What do you guess? Yes or no? There's a little difference. Even instruments exactly closely. Down.
Notice as the hairs do not move, as there are no tools. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move, as the hair nods. Notice as the fingers do not move.
The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. The violins, they play in two groups, first and second. Violas are a bit larger than violins, and so they are deeper in tone. Violas are a bit larger than violins, and so they are deeper in tone. Violas are a bit larger than violins, and so they are deeper in tone. Violas are a bit larger than violins, and so they are deeper in tone.
Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared.
Violas are a bit larger than violins, and so they are deeper in tone.
Old instrument has disappeared from polite music.
Violas are a bit larger than violins,
Anyway, this
so
old
they are
instrument
deeper in
has
tone.
disappeared from polite music.
Violas are a bit larger than
Also
violins,
became strings
so
and flute. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. The smooth melody on the strings and flute. No, anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite music. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared from polite musical society. Anyway, this old instrument has disappeared.
Trumpets are the highest brass instruments. The 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 trumpets are the highest brass instruments.
The trumpets are the highest brass instruments. The trumpets are the highest. The trumpets are the highest. The trumpets are the highest.
And now all together. And now all together. Now all together. Now all together. Now all together.
Tones of a violin.
Now all together. Now all together. Now all together.
Musical tones of a
Now
violin.
all together.
Musical tones of a
Now all
mouthpiece.
together.
Acts as the vibrator.
Now all together.
And his
Now
act
all
as the
together.
vibrator.
All together. Now together. Now together. Now all together. All together. All together. Now all together. All together. All together. All together. Here comes the brass, here comes the brass, here comes the brass, the trombones, the trombones, the trombones, and the tuba.
Acts as the vibrator. Goes into the mouthpiece.
A big piece of music, 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 a big piece of music,
Give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of always that serious grind. To give young music students something to play that might be fun instead of
Thank you.
So that was incredibly cathartic for me. And Ian, I hope.
Always.
Yeah. Let me bring the webcam up. Ian, why don't you come up and say hi? You might remember Ian from the After Dark AV Geeks screening, where Ian made us very nice cocktails.
Yes.
And we got drunk.
That was good.
No, it was really great. And Ian has been a longtime friend who was there for the very first acquisition of stuff before it was AV Geeks. He was there picking up films, and we have gone on many adventures picking up films. And so, thank you.
It's been great to see it grow into this really amazing thing. So
this giant monster of
which has been driving you crazy all day.
Yeah, no, it really has. No, yesterday was worse. There was a lot. I had technical problems all day, and so Ian and I were setting up, and I was on tech support with Restream, and I was furious, and I was like not paying attention, and we did like a tiny practice, but it felt so good. So, anyways, there was my indulgence for the evening. That's what tickles my brain. When you watch this many films, your brain starts going, and so that's what that was.
Roughly 2 hours to go.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, we're almost there. So you're welcome to stay. We have plenty of snacks. What was the film I was going to show? I can't remember.
I think I can make it to the end.
All right, sweet.
It was
The Rise of Organized Labor.
Yeah.
Let's palate cleanser. Let's palate cleanser. All right.
Oh, that's rough.
Enjoy.
Some people think of organized labor in association with picketing during strikes and with violence. To others, it means labor management conflict. Labor's idea about management, management's idea about labor. In fact, organized labor is the collective voice with which 18 million union members speak, 1/4 of the total working population of our country. What were the historic conditions that led to the rise of organized labor? Before the Industrial Revolution, the employer and worker knew each other personally in the small workshops. But with the introduction of machines in the factories, as not every man can own a machine, those who do not own machines have to work for those who do. But this means, in effect, that the machine has created new social groupings, among others, the industrialist and the worker. Under the factory system, the worker was considered expendable. He had no rights except the right to work until his health gave out. His wages were miserably low, his hours destructively long, from sunup to sundown, 6 days a week. In the early 1800s, he had little energy left for his family life. The hiring of women in the factories, who were driven to work even longer hours for lower wages, further threatened the working man's livelihood. And the children. In 1900, it was common to find children working in the mines, the farms, the factories, and the canneries. 6-year-olds were canning vegetables until 2 o'clock in the morning, perpetually hungry, their wages barely enough to keep them alive. The working conditions in America throughout the 19th century were incredible. Many factories were dark, filthy, and unhygienic. Machines often death traps without safety devices. And these things happened not primarily from the greed and cruelty of the employer, but because he had to meet increasing competition, because it was a period of transition into a machine age. And as more workers became absorbed into the factory system, the conflict sharpened between employer and wage earner. Workers began to act together against the industrialist for self-protection and even survival. The individual worker discovered that only through joining unions could he gain power and dignity. Workers realized gradually that in union there is strength. In union, there is achievement in the form of better wages, shorter hours, better working conditions, and job security. In union, there is the equalization in bargaining power between industrialist and worker.
The worker wanted the right to face the industrialist not as a benevolent father, but as an equal. The struggle of the workers to achieve these rights through union began in colonial days. In 1786, one of the earliest strikes of workers in a single trade occurred in Philadelphia. The printers struck and gained a minimum wage of $6 a week. By the 1790s, the shoemakers had formed their craft union, but these early unions were very unpopular. The courts were unsympathetic, ruling them to be secret and illegal conspiracies. For example, the journeyman bootmakers were indicted and brought to trial for trying to raise their wages. They were found guilty. It was not until 1842 that Justice Lemuel Shaw of Massachusetts ruled that labor unions were legal organizations and not conspiracies. But this applied only to Massachusetts. Other American courts continued to follow English law by treating unions as conspiracies in restraint of trade. They reasoned that when workers formed a union to raise wages, they were conspiring to injure the public by forcing employers to do something against their will. The first successful national labor union was formed in 1869. It was the Knights of Labor and was founded by Uriah Stevens and led by Terence Powderly. By 1886, when the Knights of Labor moved into its new headquarters, it had 700,000 members in scores of trades, headed by Powderly and a national committee. It welcomed to its ranks all persons from all branches of honorable toil, provided they were over 16, excluding only sellers of liquor, professional gamblers, bankers, stockbrokers, lawyers, and doctors. But the broadness of its membership was its ultimate weakness. Powderly and the Knights of Labor could not represent so many groups with such opposing interests. It became involved in more strikes than it could effectively handle, and it soon disintegrated under the pressures of its own internal conflicts. In the 1880s, as the Knights of Labor was declining in power, the American Federation of Labor, the AF-of-L, was being formed. In 1886, Samuel Gompers became its first president. It was a loose-knit organization made up of independent unions. Gompers was shrewd enough to learn from the mistakes of the past. He realized that one of two roads was open to American labor. The first way, followed by some radical labor leaders, was to try to disrupt and destroy the capitalist system by violence, because it seemed responsible for so many inequality. This was the philosophy of the German economist Karl Marx. They believed that capitalism was ethically unjust and economic harm. They concentrated so much on their desire to overthrow the system that they had little energy left for improving the workers' lives. Some even believed that the more miserable the lot of the worker, the sooner he would revolt. The second way, followed by Gompers and the majority of labor, was to accept capitalism, but to try to improve working conditions. The AF-of-L was devoted to pure and simple unionism, which meant no revolutionary change. Instead, the AF-of-L concerned itself with its members' wages and working conditions. They placed great stress on organizing the skilled craftsmen, the most important workers at this time, and grew rapidly in strength. The main fight of the AF-of-L was to gain the right of the union to bargain for its individual members with management. At this time, social reform groups seeking social justice became interested in labor's problems, and they urged government intervention to improve the lot of the working man. By the turn of the 20th century, the public had to be educated to the idea that unions were not contrary to the American spirit of rugged individualism, but a necessary and integral part of democratic capitalism. And management had yet to learn that unions were not depriving them of their right of free enterprise, but rather were a part of that very way of life that made free enterprise possible. At first, management used every means in its power to destroy the unity and strength of labor. Lockouts deprived men of their right to work. Blacklists discriminated against labor unions or those who voiced their opinions. Spies to ferret out the nonconformists. Strong-arm men to beat them back into line. Management fought legal battles in the courts, having some unions fined, the leaders imprisoned. Labor fought back. Then in 1914, the Clayton Antitrust Act gave labor one of its greatest victories. Congress declared that human labor is not a commodity or article of commerce and that organized labor is a legal American institution. The 1930s marked another turning point in American labor history. The administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt recognized labor's important position, and Congress passed the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, called the Magna Carta of Labor. This act guaranteed labor's right to organize and to choose by secret ballot which union would bargain for them. Labor's rights were to be elaborately guarded by the National Labor Relations Board. The stage was set for organized labor's phenomenal growth. But the craft unions, major groups in the AF&L, were exclusively for the skilled workers. They were not open to those thousands of unskilled and semi-skilled in the expanding automotive, steel, rubber, and other heavy industries. These men posed an acute problem for the AF&L. In the 1930s, millions of workers were looking for union representation. Bitter dissension arose as to how to organize these men. Many AF&L members feared that by opening their own ranks to thousands of unskilled workers like these, they might lose their own jobs. This difference of opinion led to a split. By 1938, the Congress of Industrial Organizations, known as the CIO, was formed under the leadership of John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers and Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. For the next 20 years, the CIO fought its battles independently. But this is a century of mergers. Business was now consolidating, labor likewise. With the emergence of new leaders such as George Meany, former president of the AF&L, here on the left, and Walter Reuther, former president of the CIO, on the right, the AF&L and CIO combined in 1955 to form the greatest labor organization in American history, the AFL-CIO. But this merger has not eliminated all of labor's problems. It has two internal enemies, racketeers and communists. Today, communists are puppets of Soviet policy. They publish books and pamphlets which follow the Soviet line. A major goal of the Communist Party has been to infiltrate and control the American labor movement. They have not been successful, although they did manage to control a small number of unions. Labor's second enemy is racketeering. Originally, to intimidate labor, some cruel and short-sighted managements hired strong-arm men to beat up labor leaders and break strikes. Labor, equally short-sighted but with some justification, felt that to survive, it must meet force with force. It employed thugs of its own. Later, some gangsters became union leaders who could be bought off for a price. Many employers tolerated and collaborated with the racketeers, finding it less costly to pay off the racketeer than to bargain legitimately with an honest union. From time to time, congressional committees such as this Senate Select Subcommittee on Improper Activities in Labor or Management have investigated these abuses. Here's the committee's attorney questioning Teamster Union leader Jim Hoffa about his gangster associations.
Did you ever talk with him at that time?
Yes.
About what?
I think general conversation.
Well, what about?
I just don't.
Recollect?
I don't recollect. I'll tell you why. I was in New York to appear in front of the grand jury. A lot of things on my mind. Since then, I've had a lot of things on my mind. I don't recollect what I talked about to him. I don't think it was important.
What hotel was it?
I can't tell you, sir.
Did he go up in the elevator with you?
I don't know.
Well, do you know if he went to your room?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I remember back now, this is 3 months. You can't remember 3 months ago whether Johnny Deere was in your room? The man who's under indictment for throwing acid in Victor Rizal's eyes?
I cannot remember whether he was or not. As I said, it was that period of time, and I just don't recall.
You can't remember what you talked about, and you can't remember whether he was in your room?
Wouldn't have been of anything of any importance, Mr. Kennedy, and I can't recall it.
And so it went on. It may appear strange that a union membership will re-elect a man accused of racketeering. Unfortunately, if he has fought a strong fight for some improvements, and his union has shared in the general gains achieved by the whole force of organized labor, his own police record may be overlooked. This was so with union boss Hoffa. The place, then, of organized labor within our economic system should be evaluated within the perspective of history. A labor leader or a union charged with corruption does not mean that organized labor is evil, just as a ruthless industrialist does not make capitalism a heartless system. Today, responsible labor leaders are keenly aware that labor must clean its own house. Labor's sense of responsibility is growing to match the power it has gained through collective bargaining. Labor's record of achievements is impressive. It can take credit for helping to establish our free public school system, better working conditions, fairer wages, and a working week reduced from 80 to 40 hours. Fringe benefits such as paid vacations, pensions, and insurance supported by management. Union bank and credit facilities. Research departments that study business trends. Technical and trade schools. Union-operated summer resorts. Union medical centers and cooperative medical programs. And union-financed apartment houses. Today, unions themselves have become big business. They've accumulated millions of dollars in their health, welfare, and retirement funds, and they've invested enormous funds in the stocks and bonds of American business. The rise of organized labor is as important as the rise of the great corporation. Each represents different sides of the coin that we call democratic capitalism, and each has a stake in our system. We still have strikes, but violence in labor disputes is becoming increasingly rare. Contracts are usually faithfully kept by both sides, and in case of disputes, there's a growing acceptance of mediation or arbitration in which an impartial umpire helps settle the issues. Today, organized labor is a major political and economic force in our country. From the time of Samuel Gompers, American labor has not favored the formation of its own national political party. It does, however, support Democrat and Republican candidates who show friendship to its aims and opposes others it considers anti-labor. With power comes responsibility. How does labor feel about its present and future role in American society? Here is George F. Meany, president of the AFL-CIO, to tell us.
In the future, as in the past, the American labor movement is determined to promote both the best interests of its members and of our country. We intend to improve workers' living conditions, the welfare of workers' families, and the general public welfare, both through collective bargaining and legislation. To do that, we must have a clean and democratic movement, and the AFL-CIO has proven its determination to live up to that standard. We will not advocate or support policies which aid workers at the expense of the general public, for we believe that no group in our land should prosper through policies which injure others. Our goals, however, are not just economic. We want to improve educational opportunities in our land, eliminate poverty, suffering, and unemployment, achieve better housing and medical care for all people, eliminate discrimination, provide for our older workers in their twilight years, promote cultural standards, provide for the new leisure which is certain to come with automation. In brief, we want to make our land even greater and stronger and better than ever.
The American people and its government will be watching to see if organized labor uses its great power in the best interests of both its members and the general public. What happens is important to us all.
A bit of wow and flutter in there. That was not a hangover from the Repetophile screening. But, you know, regardless how you feel about unions and organized labor, I have to agree with the commenter who said that John Lewis had some serious eyebrows. That man had, like, giant woolly worm caterpillars across his head. That was pretty amazing. I don't know if people have those nowadays in professional things, if they get them, like, manscaped out. But that was pretty awesome. All right, let's go to the Spanish Pyrenees. Are you ready? Come on board. Enjoy.
And on the way back from our first excursion,
we decided to spend the night in the Spanish State Tourist Inn at Orchestral, where the most exacting mountaineer and tourist can find every comfort. I'd been there only a few months previously, and the manager remembered me, but I was hardly able to speak to him. Carretero wanted to be shown the route I'd followed in the summer. We were in the Orchestral National Park, and farther to the east lay the National Park of San Mauricio, Los Encantats, the Aran Valley, the Oneto, and Monte Perdido. Walking had made us hungry, and we decided to restore our energies while we talked about our plans. Where would we make for on our next trip? To Sal de Mayo, La Brecha, or Gori? We had plenty of time to think it over. And Carretero again insisted on hearing about the last trip. I didn't want to go into details, but in the end I gave in, and so I had to tell the story of my camping in the Pyrenees. Once again, I found myself beside the lake in the National Park of San Mauricio, one of the most attractive places in the Catalonian Pyrenees. I felt jealous, for every mountaineer feels that the hidden places he has discovered belong to him alone. And today, it's easy to travel along mountain roads to the whole zone included between the lakes of La Ratera, La Ribera de San Nicolao, and the river Peguera. These new routes give easy access to a region which could formerly be reached only after days of hard walking. The beauty of the view has changed since I first knew it. The level of the lake has risen, flooding the wood, and the increased expanse of water, lightly stirred by the breeze, is impressive for its tranquility. Memories of green meadows faded away as I looked down to see the waters of the lake lapping the trunks of the last remaining pine trees along its shore. Waters from the high lakes pour into San Mauricio through the falls of La Ratera. This is one of the most attractive spots in the national park. Here the woods die out gradually while the rocks and crags soar above them. On the following morning, we traveled uphill for 2 long hours until we reached the heights of Los Encantats, leaving the river Monastero and the Pico de Sobenoige behind us. Our dog, Mitt, had to wait for us, looking back at us in surprise. Until real climbing began, and the rough ground hurt Mitt's paws. And so we had to leave him behind so as not to waste time. There's no real difficulty in climbing the Gran Encantat by the usual route. However, I left nothing to chance. On reaching the summit, we got a wonderful bird's eye view over the greater part of the national park and a wide range of mountain peaks. A few days later, we dropped down to the Aran Valley. Venedos, Salar-de-Dou, and Viella, surrounded by pasture lands, are a never-to-be-forgotten sight. On crossing the Garona, we became aware of something slipping from us. The river flows over the border into France, making its absence felt in the valley. Traveler's eye roams over the peaceful and inviting countryside where the Pyrenees have lost their wildness. On leaving the valley on the way to the south slope, we come across the town of Benas, an ancient village which contains the most typical features of High Aragon. Amid its busy streets, there stands the palace of the Count of Ribagorta, evocative of memories of noble achievements. While we replenished our store of provisions, I spoke with an old guide. We were going to the most difficult part, and we needed someone who knew the lay of the land well. But this one was busy, so he arranged for another guide to go with us the next day. We wanted to admire the landscape, and so I hired a horse, which made a pleasant walk of what would otherwise have been a long and very weary journey. Mitt enjoyed himself as much as we did. His twitching ears and nose were proof that age-old instincts were awakening. We arrived at La Renfusa, the best situated mountain hut in the area, to find Abadias, whom his friends affectionately call the Lion of Aneto, awaiting us. In an hour and a half, a shortcut, which at times lost itself among patches of snow and rocks, brought us to the Portillon Inferior, and from there we caught sight of the giant of the Pyrenees. The weather was in our favor, and the hanging glacier of the Aneto, typical of the Pyrenees because of its structure, stretched out before us like a great snowfield, its crevices hidden despite the advancing summer. We had to take advantage of the circumstances and attack the peak without a rest, since the greatest danger lies in sudden storms. Behind the glacier, the pass of Mahomet, and once the crest was surmounted, we were on the way to the summit. At last, we reached the top, 3,304 meters above sea level, the highest point in the Pyrenees. This was a rich reward, which probably could only be truly appreciated by the mountaineer. The landscape, the matchless quiet. There in the distance lay Monte Perdido, our next objective. After some days traveling and a night at the Gorith Mountain Refuge, we began the climb. In the pocket formed by El Cilindro and El Perdido in the Matizo de las Tres Sarores, we caught sight of the frozen lake. Amid the rugged landscape, we were to witness the most moving of religious ceremonies. After that pause, which gave our hearts time to rest, we set out again for the region of the peaks, wrapped in a mysterious shroud. The ascent of Monte Perdido was the last of our climbs. Below in the cleft, the Ordesa National Park, quiet of its peaceful valley, a spot of paradise of which God did not wish to deprive us. For some hours, our downward path lay along the damp mountain slopes where nature has laid out a soft, springy carpet. The Cola de Caballo is the highest waterfall of the Aratas. It's situated in the Circo de Soaso, a horseshoe-like mountain formation which is characteristic of the Pyrenees. The gradins of Soaso slope down to the valley in a sequence of huge steps, like polished glass. The river flows into the wood joyfully, and then, more peaceful, it slips between meadows and bushes, hidden by sloping mountainsides and high rocks, which seem to fall apart, encircling one of the most beautiful of all mountain regions, which all who know the Pyrenees consider unique. By a steep wooded path, we approached one of the bluffs of the Faja de Pelay. In the background was the Circo de Cotatuero, where we had crossed the barrier giving access to the Brecha de Roldon and the Circo de Gavarni a few days before. Another of the features of Ordesa is its alpine flora. The edelweiss, dear to mountaineers the world over, abounds all around the Faja de Palay. It was our last night in the mountains, and we gave ourselves up to the magic influence of that unique source of hypnotic attraction, the Pyrenees.
There it is. There's the countdown. An hour, 23 minutes, 33 seconds, 32 seconds, until we're done. Until we've done 1,000 minutes. Oh my God. That was actually quite entertaining. Very European, that's for sure. So I'm stretching out the time by showing longer films, obviously. But this is something that people have requested over the years. This next film, it is one of the Bell Science series, featuring Dr. Richard Carlson, and it is Thread of Life. So this is a thing that was shown on television. It's about DNA. Enjoy. Serious? Is there no sound? Oh my God.
Oh no.
1 second. Hold on. Let's see if I got it. Let's see what's going on. No. Oh crap. Alright. There wasn't a way to really check that without Alright, hold on. Let's see what else we got.
Was that a 1 hour, 21-minute film?
Oh, hold on. I have another transfer of this film. And this better have sound. Not like Trouble of Archie. Alright, let's try it one more time. Here we go. Thread of Life, take 2.
The Bell telephone system brings you another of its series of programs on science. Man's effort to understand nature's laws.
The story you're going to see and hear is about science. It is also a story about you. This man is a geneticist. He is concerned with questions that have puzzled mankind for many ages. How is the spark of life passed on from father and mother to daughter and son? How does heredity work? Exploring the tiny universe under the microscope, he studies the wonderful way in which life is passed on from one living cell to the next. For in these little units, of which all living things are made, lies hidden the secret which we may well call the thread of life.
About to unfold for you an adventure in the world of science, a science that deals with the nature of living things. Our story is about you and me and why we are alike in some ways, and yet why each person is different from every other. There are billions of people over the face of the earth, of all sizes, shapes, dispositions. Let's look at a few examples. Nature arranges endless combinations. nature endow us with so many different traits or characteristics? Well, that's what our show is about. Through the magic of electronics, we're inviting some of the audience to come along with us and join in.
Dr. Baxter,
Oh, yes, hello.
can I ask a question?
Surely.
You see, I'm left-handed,
Yes, sir?
and my dad is left-handed too. So I must have inherited that from him, huh?
Very likely. Does your dad have blue eyes, too?
Well, sure, but
Well, maybe you're a chip off the old block then. Because being left-handed and having blue eyes are both traits you could have inherited.
Dr. Baxter,
Oh, yes, hello.
you'll notice I have a white forelock.
And very fashionable.
But I've heard a lot of odd stories about what causes such things.
Yes, but most of them are only old wives' tales. The truth is, it's just another inherited trait. Like this gentleman's high forehead and heavy brows.
Well, here's what's been puzzling us. Our baby has red hair.
And both of us have brown hair.
No mystery. Parents can hand down a trait that's hidden in themselves. In fact, a trait like red hair can be hidden for many generations. The story of how heredity is passed on from generation to generation is the same for all living things. Human beings, animals, plants, even the lowliest creatures. Let's go to the microscope and look at one of nature's simpler animals, an amoeba, an organism that has only one cell. And like every living thing, this little cell is a sort of chemical machine, carrying on the many intricate functions we call life. One of the functions is to reproduce. Watch. We can see it divide. Now there are two daughter cells. The two new cells are just like the old one. They inherited all the traits of the cell they came from. And this same sort of process goes on in all living creatures.
I see. Now you've got two cells. Okay. But what I'd like to know is, where'd the first cell come from?
In a way, you're asking where life itself began. We don't know that. But the first cell you saw here came from some other cell. All cells come from other cells. That's how the chain of life has come down through the ages. You started life as a single cell. That cell was a combination of an egg like this from your mother and a sperm cell from your father. You are seeing actual motion pictures of a human egg in the process of fertilization. Many sperm are trying to enter the egg. Only one can fertilize it. When egg and sperm cells like these joined, you came into existence. When the fertilized egg is only hours old, it begins to divide. It divides over and over again. The new cells begin to work in different ways. Some become muscles. Others make nerves. Here, bone-making cells, skin cells, blood cells, trillions of cells. An embryo takes shape. Then, the greatest miracle of all, a baby. And not just any baby, but a baby of a particular kind. A baby with almond-shaped eyes, or round eyes, with brown skin, or white skin. All this begins with one tiny egg, no bigger than the tiniest dot you can make with a sharp pencil.
But can you predict what an egg is going to grow into? Can you tell by looking at it?
No, you can't. Many egg cells look very much alike. Look at this egg. Or this one. Or this one. Could you guess that one would become a baby? One a rabbit? One a lamb? And when we analyze the cells of various living things and find that their chemical machinery is about the same, we begin to wonder, what shapes the development of a living being?
All right. A lot of cells look the same. Their chemical machinery, as you call it, is about the same. But still, there must be some sort of a gimmick inside the cell that makes it work.
You're right. Scientists have been trying for a long time to find that gimmick. But the first clue to the workings of heredity was uncovered in a way that might surprise you.
How is that?
By mathematics. In one of the greatest achievements of the human mind.
The story begins over 100 years ago. In a monastery in a corner of the old Austrian Empire, there lived a monk named Gregor Mendel, a teacher, a man of many talents, driven by scientific curiosity. He spent long, busy hours working over a patch of peas in the monastery garden. He noted that some of the traits of the pea plants were clear and distinct. Some of the strains were always tall. Some were always short. Some had wrinkled peas, some smooth peas, some purple flowers, some white. And he set out to determine how these traits were passed on from one generation to the next. He cross-pollinated large numbers of the plants, and he kept careful records. After 8 years of painstaking work, he reported his findings to the Scientific Society in the town of Brunn.
And so, gentlemen, I crossed a pure strain of tall plants with pure short plants by putting some pollen from one strain onto the flower of the other. You might suppose that their offspring would be medium-sized plants, but not so. The next generation were all tall plants. And now when I crossed these plants among themselves, 3/4 of the grandchildren came out tall and 1/4 came out short. On an average, tall plants outnumber the short by just about 3 to 1. How does this happen? From tall and short parents, all tall children. And from tall children, a mixture of grandchildren that are both short and tall. This is my theory. Our original parents were pure strains, so each child inherited a unit for tallness, then a unit for shortness, but they all grew tall. That's because tallness is a strong or dominating trait. I call it dominant, while shortness is weaker, or as I call it, recessive. Now, these child plants are not pure strains, even though they are tall, because each contains a unit for shortness which is hidden or blocked by the dominant unit for tallness. But it is still there, waiting. So when these child plants are crossed with each other, a grandchild plant has 4 equal chances. It may get a tall unit from each parent and be a pure tall plant like the tall grandparent. A short unit from each parent becoming a short plant like the short grandparent. Or a tall and a short and become tall. Or a short and a tall and become tall. And thus, an average of 3 plants will be tall for each one that is short. Tallness and shortness are due to hereditary units. Using thousands of plants, I have studied 6 other traits for color of blossoms, shape of pods, color and texture of peas, and so on. And these traits, too, are inherited as units, units that are passed on from generation to generation. And in every generation, they are shuffled and reshuffled according to the laws of chance. That, I believe, is what causes the puzzling mixture of traits in nature.
Gregor Mendel died January 6, 1884. His work was unnoticed by the world, but his careful study of nature had begun to explain one of her great mysteries. He proved the existence of something that could not be seen, the invisible units of heredity. The same units that govern your hair color, or the shape of your face, or make your eyes blue. But what were these units? How did they work? These were problems other scientists had to work out. It was in 1866 that Gregor Mendel's report to the Scientific Society was published. But years passed before the scientific world was ready to see its value.
Now, these units, the ones that Mendel discovered.
Units of heredity.
He proved they were there, but where?
I thought we'd already found out. In the cell.
That's right.
Well, could they be some kind of particles?
Exactly my question.
That's also the question biologists began to ask themselves. And for the answer, they looked deep into the unit of life with their microscopes, inside the cell, and probed into its inner core, the nucleus.
Can you see inside a nucleus with a microscope?
Yes, it's not easy, because ordinarily all you see of the nucleus is a fuzzy, indistinct blob. But when scientists stain the cells with a strong dye, some parts begin to show up, and we see strange little fibers called chromosomes. There are chromosomes in the cells of every living organism. They come in matched pairs. In every cell of corn, for example, there are 10 pairs or 20 chromosomes. The grasshopper, 24 chromosomes. And man, 46, 23 pairs.
Well, man has the most. Is that because man is the highest form of life?
No. Because a potato has 48 chromosomes, some goldfish have 94, one kind of crayfish has about 200. The number doesn't seem to be significant, but what the chromosomes do is very significant. Suppose we look through a microscope at chromosomes in a live cell. You're about to see some extraordinary motion picture scenes. They were photographed by Dr. Andrzej Bayer and Mrs. Bayer in Krakow, Poland, by coupling a motion picture camera with a microscope. Here you see several cells dividing and forming new cells in the act of growth, a process called mitosis. The cycle we are watching takes about half a day in nature, but we are seeing it in speed-up time-lapse photography. Now let's look at a single cell as it divides. Watch the chromosomes closely. Each one will split into 2 identical new chromosomes. The new chromosomes now separate into 2 clusters, each becoming part of a newly formed nucleus. A dividing wall will form, and we will have 2 new cells.
Each new cell has the same chromosomes as the old cell. Well, that's very clear.
Well, sure. And they pass them on from one cell to the next, you might say.
And does that mean that heredity is carried by the chromosomes?
But you said those units were invisible. We can see chromosomes.
Right. And what you are all asking are precisely some of the questions that occurred to scientists around the turn of the century. About this time, Mendel's forgotten report was discovered and brought to the attention of the world. Meanwhile, scientists looking in microscopes found that chromosomes followed the same rules of behavior as Mendel's units. And the same idea occurred to several investigators at almost the same time. The units of heredity are carried on the chromosomes. This idea led the way to the birth of a whole new branch of science, genetics, all based on the invisible particles now called genes, which are passed on from generation to generation. First discovered by a patient, dedicated scientist working alone in a monastery garden.
Man, without even a microscope.
That's another reminder that the most powerful instrument in the cause of science is the human mind.
All right. Let's back up a minute. Genes are on chromosomes.
Yes?
But you can't see them.
The fact is, scientists are still not quite sure what to look for. But they're getting closer. They're beginning to find more and more of how the genes work.
If scientists couldn't see the genes, how could they be so sure they were on the chromosomes?
Well, let's ask this scientist.
We have several ways of knowing, Dr. Baxter. One way is by means of experiments on Drosophila, a harmless little insect commonly known as the fruit fly. Human chromosomes are too small and too numerous to be examined in detail, but the chromosomes found of all places in the salivary gland of a fruit fly are huge, as if tailor-made for scientific study. By experiment, we can prove that the units, or the genes, are actually lined up in single file along the chromosomes. And we're able to locate the exact position of hundreds of genes. Now, this black band, for example, is the location of a gene that's responsible for eye pigment. How do we know this for sure? Because in fruit flies where this segment is missing, the eyes have no pigment and appear white. Down here, we know, is a gene necessary for normal wings. Here, for body color, and so on. On this particular chromosome, we know the location of more than 100 genes.
The lineup of genes on the chromosomes of the fruit fly is as clear to the geneticist as towns on a railroad line. In fact, he calls his diagrams of them chromosome maps. Maps like these were constructed on a theoretical basis as long ago as 1916 by the brilliant insight of the geneticist Thomas Hunt Morgan and his students. We don't have a map of the human chromosomes yet, but we know the genes are there. We know that they determine what our cells will do and what we will be like.
And do I have the same genes in every cell?
In practically every cell in your body.
But what's the use of having a blue-eye gene in my big toe?
Nobody knows. And wouldn't scientists like to think up an experiment that would answer that question?
Well, then where do I get my genes in the first place?
From your father and mother, of course. The idea is this. Your heredity comes to you in two bundles. The sperm cell from your father, with its 23 chromosomes, and the egg from your mother, with another 23.
But I thought you just told us that a human cell has 46 chromosomes.
That's right, with the one exception of egg and sperm cells. You see, nature's arithmetic has to come out right. So, you get 23 chromosomes from your mother and 23 from your father. Each parent contributes only half. And in this way, you get the normal number of 46 chromosomes in the fertilized egg from which you grow.
Does that mean I have just part of my father's genes?
That's right, only half, and half of your mother's.
Well, what decides which ones I get?
The rule for human beings is just the same as Mendel found with peas. Chance, pure chance. You see, the egg and the sperm are formed in a different way from all the other cells of your body. And the way they are made is one of the most beautiful and ingenious of all nature's processes. They are formed by special germ cells, each with a normal number of 46 chromosomes. Let's look at just one half of the picture, the father's side. This cell is going to divide in order to form sperm cells. It has the normal number of 46 chromosomes, 23 from the man's mother, 23 from his father. But it doesn't divide the way other cells do. This cell follows a different process called meiosis. First, the chromosomes match up in pairs. The pairs move around in the cell. Then each chromosome splits in two, each side carrying only one half the genes. And as though at a signal, all the chromosomes draw apart into two equal groups on either side of the cell. Then the whole cell divides and subdivides into 4 sperm cells, each carrying with it 23 chromosomes and one half of the original genes. Which combination of chromosomes goes into which sperm cell is a matter of chance. A similar process goes on in the forming of the egg cell. And the coming together of these two chance combinations starts that unique and wonderful creation we call a human being.
Then you really can't predict how things will come out.
No more than you can foretell the toss of a coin. Both are governed by that complexity of unknown causes which we call chance. And just as a little demonstration, let me show you the mathematical chances involved in your heredity. Some of you may not realize the number of combinations that are possible with 46 chips. Now here are 23 representing mother's chromosomes, 23 for father's. And each chip has two sides, of course, because the chromosomes of both parents come in pairs. Now, we put them together. And throw them out. Do you know what the chances are that this very same combination of 46 sides will turn up again? Well, the odds against it are 70 million to 1. That means the chances of your being exactly like your brother or sister are less than 1 in 70 million. This is many times the total number of people who ever lived. So the chances of two persons happening to be just alike are slim indeed.
But I know two sisters who are as alike as two peas in a pod.
Oh, of course. Even if brothers and sisters' heredities are not exactly alike, they're bound to have many identical genes. And the more they happen to share, the more clearly we see a family resemblance. And in certain cases, children have exactly the same heredity, gene for gene. These are identical twins. Identical twins begin life as one fertilized egg. This egg divides at first in the normal way, but early in its growth, the embryo splits into two. And of course, in every cell of both embryos are the same chromosomes and the same genes. That's why such twins are always the same sex and so astonishingly alike.
Getting back to the average case, though. A lot of genes come shuffling down through my family until they come together. And bingo, that's me. But I don't see how they do it. How can some little gizmos in the chromosomes, stuck away in the nucleus of a cell, how can they curl your hair?
Or make your ears stick out?
It's only in recent years that we've begun to find out how genes do their work. And as research and experiments go on, scientists are opening a new and fascinating chapter in the science of the genes, genetics. We know that the genes seem to be the blueprints for each cell, designing and determining what it does. We also know that each living cell is like a tiny chemical machine. Genes control the chemical reactions, and in this way, they affect all our body functions. These functions often differ from one creature to another, even from one person to the next, according to the genes. For example, you might think that everything tastes the same to everybody. That's not always true. It depends on heredity. Take this family group. We'll make a simple chemical test anybody can do. These papers contain a harmless chemical we call PTC. I want each of you to put a strip in his mouth. Now, some of you will be able to taste it, and others won't. And if you can taste it, it's going to taste bitter. Don't worry, it's harmless. The ability to taste PTC is a dominant inherited trait, just like tallness and Mendel's pea plants. Let's consider the case of this baby who can't drink milk. Most babies, of course, thrive on a milk diet. But this one has a peculiarity in his body chemistry. His body can't handle one of the sugars found in milk, a sugar called galactose. Medical records showed that the baby's ailment is inherited, a matter of genes, genes that control the way sugar is used in the body.
Go ahead.
Well,
question?
Yes. Well, that is it genes that tell whether a baby will be a boy or a girl?
Yes, they do. A little while ago, you remember, we found that the genes are on the chromosomes. We also got the idea that all of our 46 chromosomes are in 23 matched pairs. Actually, there's a very important exception. In every male human being, the 23rd pair of chromosomes is a mismatch. One large partner and one short one. We call them an X chromosome and a Y. In the cells of every female human being, there are 2 X chromosomes and no Y. A fertilized egg that has 2 X's will grow into a girl. One that has an X and a Y can only grow into a boy. Which parent determines which types the fertilized egg will have? Can't be the mother, because she has no choice. She can only contribute an X chromosome, but father in his cells has one of each, an X and a Y, and the sperm that fertilizes the egg can carry either an X or a Y. The chances are 50-50. If the father's sperm cell contains an X, the baby will be a girl. If a Y, a boy will be born. Father's chromosomes decide.
I suppose that's why fathers brag so much.
Well, fathers may brag, but on the other hand, the Y seems to carry nothing much except the genes that determine male sex, while the X chromosome carries a variety of genes. This arrangement leads to interesting consequences. For instance, women are a lot less apt to be colorblind than men.
Yeah, I've heard that's true, and I've always wondered why.
Well, the gene for colorblindness is a recessive that's carried on an X chromosome. If a girl inherits this gene, she usually has a dominant normal gene on her other X chromosome to suppress it. So this girl would have normal color vision. While if a boy inherits the same gene, there's no dominant gene for normal color vision on the little Y to suppress it. And so he'll be colorblind. If you think about it, you'll recall that nearly all the colorblind people you've known have been men or boys. Now you know the reason. And for this reason, colorblindness is called a sex-linked trait.
Say, wouldn't baldness be a sex-linked trait?
You might think so, but it's not. The baldness gene is on a different pair of chromosomes. But for some reason, it produces its effect only in the presence of the male sex hormone. When a woman carries the gene for baldness, nothing happens. When a man carries the gene, then you get this eminently resplendent effect.
Dr. Baxter?
Hello, this is your first appearance, I believe. A question, young lady?
Yes, sir. Everything you've shown us and talked about is heredity. Isn't environment really more important?
Of course, environment is enormously important. Every gardener knows that plants grow better when they're watered and tended. Mendel's tall peas grew even taller when he planted them in good soil. And your good health and your good looks are partly due to good genes, but they're also due to good food and happy surroundings. You're a product of both your heredity and your environment.
Well, then let me ask you this question. Can you inherit the effects of a good or a bad environment?
That question has been studied and discussed for a long time, and the answer is no. We can have our blood replaced by a transfusion of somebody else's blood, or develop spectacular muscles by weightlifting. But none of these changes can be passed on to our children.
Well, yes, but heredity has to change.
Has to?
Well, I mean, well, not in one generation, but over the long haul, a lot of genes must have changed. Otherwise, people today would look like they did in the days of the caveman.
Yes, genes do sometimes change. Heredity changes. And the changes are called mutations. Such changes down through the ages are the basis of evolution. The camel that you see nowadays once looked like this. Every now and then, on rare occasions, nature strikes a wrong key.
Well, now, back up, please. Nature strikes a wrong key?
Every now and then, about once in 100,000 generations or more, a gene doesn't copy itself exactly, pulls a boner.
And this is called a mutation?
Yes, and if this mistake occurs in a germ cell, it can be inherited. These mice are victims of gene mutations. One dwarf, one too fat. One born hairless, and one with skin like a rhinoceros. And this poor creature, because of a mutation affecting his nervous system, is condemned to spend his whole life running in circles. Mutations like these are harmful, of course, but sometimes mutations show up in pleasant or beneficial changes. These stunning goldfish are descendants of mutated fish. So were the mink that produced this beautiful pastel coat. We don't know yet precisely how a gene changes, though we have some pretty good ideas. But once a gene does change, it can be passed on only in its new form. It becomes a regular part of heredity from that time on. Plant breeders have taken a lot of practical advantage of nature's mutations. By discovering new strains and breeding them, it's been possible to grow more and better food in many countries. Farmers often lose crops of wheat because of wheat rust. Breeders have discovered some strains that are resistant to rust and perpetuated them. This crop is immune. All over the world, hybrid corn, genetically bred, has saved farmers and consumers millions of dollars, greatly increased our supply of food. The principles of genetics have also been put to work in breeding poultry for market and for egg production, in breeding hogs and beef cattle, in growing oranges and grapefruit, lumber trees in Sweden, and rice in Japan. Witness this most fabulous genetic creation, a seedless watermelon, developed by Dr. Hitoshi Kihara and his associates in Japan.
Oh, looks mighty good.
Dr. Baxter, I can see how scientists do wonderful things with nature's mutations. But I was wondering, do they know how to cause mutations?
Yes, they do. And man-made mutations are one of the important scientific questions for the modern world. Scientists have found that mutations can be artificially induced in several ways. Back in 1926, working in his lab at the University of Texas, Dr. Herman J. Muller began some new experiments. He set up an X-ray machine in his laboratory. His purpose was to see if mutations could be caused by radiation. He conducted his X-ray experiments on the fruit fly. X-rays can produce some striking abnormalities among the descendants of irradiated fruit flies. Nearly wingless flies, flies with extra wings, flies with curly wings, flies with black bodies, white-eyed flies. Muller found that X-rays can also have a deadly effect. When he X-rayed fruit flies, a certain proportion of their descendants died as embryos, and the eggs never hatched.
Again, I suppose the mutation means that something happens in the cell.
Have they found out what happens?
Scientists have photographed irradiated cells and find that strange things happen. This is a normal cell dividing. The chromosomes split, draw apart, and two new cells are formed. These are cells that have been irradiated. They cannot divide normally. Some of the chromosomes are broken. Some are misshapen. Sometimes the chromosomes fail to split and the cell cannot reproduce. But lighter doses of radiation may cause changes that can't be seen in the chromosomes, apparently by producing changes in the genes themselves. Thus, the descendants of irradiated germ cells give us albino corn, distorted ears of corn, and stunted plants.
But Dr. Baxter, are all the effects of radiation bad?
Most of them are. Therefore, we must be very careful when we use radiation. But scientists are discovering ways to use artificial mutations for the good of mankind. To cite one case, irradiation was used during World War II to produce new strains of the mold which makes penicillin. These artificially created strains increased production of penicillin several times over. Thousands of lives were saved. Radiation is sometimes used to check the abnormal cell division we know as cancer. Cancer cells multiply wildly in an abnormal way, and scientists are trying to find out what has gone wrong. We know that all cells are more easily affected by radiation when they are dividing. That is why cancer cells can sometimes be knocked out by X-ray treatments. But to me, the greatest service any science performs, therefore its most practical aspect, is what it adds to man's fund of knowledge, the knowledge of ourselves and the world we live in. One of the most exciting fields of science today is the continuing search to find and identify those invisible units of heredity that Mendel imagined 100 years ago.
You think they'll ever see what those units look like?
Well, they're getting warm, and the road they're taking is leading them close to the secret of life itself. The first big clue turned up in Switzerland. The scientist Friedrich Miescher, experimenting with Rhine River salmon, discovered unknown chemicals in the salmon sperm. One of these chemicals was later found to be present in the chromosomes of all kinds of cells, one called deoxyribonucleic acid, known by the letters DNA. Could this complicated substance with the long name be Mendel's particle of heredity, the gene itself? It looks pretty much as if DNA is the material that carries our heredity. And here is an experiment that shows why we think so. This demonstration is by Dr. Harriet Afrusi Taylor.
About the smallest cells we know of are bacteria, but they too have heredity. We have discovered that some bacteria become resistant to drugs, to antibiotics. This resistance is hereditary. In other words, the bacteria have acquired a mutation for resistance. This is how we can demonstrate what happens. Both of these plates contain an antibiotic that kills bacteria. This dish has been spread with ordinary pneumococcus bacteria, the kind that causes pneumonia. None of the cells here have grown because the antibiotic has killed them. The second dish has been spread with the same kind of bacteria, except that this strain is resistant. These cells are flourishing. Now we can extract the DNA from the resistant bacteria, and we get these pure fibers of DNA. Here you can see the fibers more clearly. We have put a little of this DNA into a tube. Now we add to it the bacteria which are not resistant and let them grow for a little while. Finally, we spread these treated bacteria from the tube on a dish containing the antibiotic, spelling out the letters D, N, A, and leave it in a warm place for a day. By the next day, something surprising has happened. The bacteria have multiplied. Their heredity has been changed. Some of the bacteria we treated have picked up the DNA and from it have gained the ability to resist the drug. What is more, they have passed the resistance along to their descendants.
Unbelievable as it seems, we can transfer heredity from one strain to another through the substance of DNA.
Well, gee, what kind of stuff is DNA?
Remember what we said about seeing a gene? This is a most important photograph, a close-up of the DNA molecule magnified more than 100,000 times. This molecule may be the gene itself.
Looks like a tangle of thread.
Yes, and the way that molecule looks, long and thread-like, is a key part of our story. Using physical and chemical clues, scientists have been able to figure out how the DNA molecule looks in detail. This concept, one of the most brilliant theories of modern science, was formulated by two young men, an American, J.D. Watson, and an Englishman, F.H.C. Crick. This model represents only a short piece of a DNA molecule, magnified many times. Its proportions are deceiving. The DNA molecule is only 1/10,000,000th of an inch in diameter. But the DNA molecules in your body, if laid end to end, would reach to the sun and far beyond. The thread of life. Notice the structure. The pieces are linked together in two intertwined chains, forming a framework like a long spiral staircase. The steps of the staircase are of 4 different kinds. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We've made models in school. Those balls represent atoms, don't they?
Yes, there are hundreds of thousands of atoms. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and phosphorus, linked together in a fantastic array that spells the living gene.
But can you say a bunch of atoms like that are alive?
Can they grow?
No, but put them all together into a DNA molecule, and in this molecule you have an essential quality of living matter, the ability to reproduce, to make copies of itself. And of all the molecules known to chemistry, only DNA and its relatives have this ability. The theory of Watson and Crick assumes that when a gene is ready to reproduce itself, to divide, as it must do if the chromosomes divide, the whole DNA molecule comes apart in 2 pieces, the twin chains it is made of unwinding like the strands of a rope. Floating around it in the cell are smaller molecules, which make up a sort of spare parts supply for DNA. They are drawn by chemical forces to find open spots to join, forming the steps of the staircase, until each strand of DNA has made itself a new partner, and now 2 double chains, 2 identical molecules exist where only one existed before. This is the theory of how heredity is passed on. Mind you, this is just a theory, but it makes sense. Many scientists are at work trying to see if it is really correct.
That's extremely interesting, Dr. Baxter, but there's something I don't understand. You said before, genes make us different.
Yes, and if all genes are made of DNA, why aren't we all alike?
You've put your finger on an intriguing part of the puzzle. If all DNA molecules are made up of the same parts, how can people differ? The evidence is strong that the two interlinked spirals are the same in all creatures. But the difference, which makes you, you, and me, me, is to be found on the stair steps of the spiral. There are only 4 kinds of stair steps, but the order in which they are arranged can be varied enormously from one DNA molecule to another. So it may be the arrangement of the steps in this fantastic stairway that spells out the difference between you and me, between a fish and a bird, between a grasshopper and a redwood tree. Could the sequence of the stair steps be a kind of message to the cell, a genetic code telling it what to do? One combination might be part of the code for producing your curly hair. Another combination might decide that you'll be left-handed, or that you'll inherit a white forelock. The number of possible combinations is fantastic. Millions of such combinations working together could produce the countless complex traits that make up our inheritance. Research on DNA is one of the great new challenges in science. For the young scientists of the future, there are many exciting questions ahead. Can we learn how to read the codes in DNA? How the gene passes its orders along to the rest of the cell? Why certain genes work only at certain ages? Infancy, childhood, adulthood, and old age. Astronomers tell us there may be millions of planets capable of supporting life. Is DNA a basic chemical of life on other planets as it is on Earth? Someday we may know the answers to these questions, and when we do, science, always pushing forward, will find new mysteries to be solved. For the physical nature of life around us in all its wonderful variety is a constant marvel to mankind. Life reproducing itself in its own likeness provides endless challenges to human curiosity. The power of the human mind to observe, to inquire, to reason, to imagine the existence of particles that are too small to see or things too great to measure. That power of the mind is unlocking the deepest secrets of nature. For the mind is the great lever of all things. Human thought is the process by which human ends are ultimately answered.
The Bell System is grateful to the many distinguished scientists who helped to prepare this story of genetics. Our thanks to the advisors who supplied and checked the scientific content: Dr. James F. Crow, Dr. Norman H. Horowitz, and to the individuals and organizations who provided special material. Our thanks to the Advisory Board, which reviews the scientific aspects of these programs. Its members represent the broad range of modern science: biology and genetics, medicine, bacteriology and botany, chemistry, geophysics, physics, anthropology, electronics and acoustics, mathematics, engineering. To all these men, the Bell System is indebted for their support of this venture in public education through entertainment.
Dr. Frank Baxter. What was the quote? This eminently resplendent effect. Talking about his baldness. So Dr. Frank Baxter is one of three men of science from around the same time that influenced many, many people to become scientists. These were three men that were on television. Frank Baxter, Don Herbert, Mr. Wizard, and then also Dr. Irwin Moon, who was the Moody Institute of Science person who had amazing, beautiful science films. None of those men were actually scientists at all. They were all... So Dr. Irwin Moon had a doctorate in religious studies and was a hobbyist scientist. Don Herbert was a TV engineer guy who kind of liked to do programming for children about science. And Dr. Frank Baxter had an English PhD and was known for... He did a thing on public television in California where he talked about Shakespeare and had a very popular series on that public television where, he just talked about Shakespearean plays. And they liked him so much that they used him for the Bell Science series. So none of those men who really... I've talked to several scientists who were baby boomers who were influenced by all these people, and none of those people were scientists. So there you go. Wow. It is 27 minutes to go, and then we will hit our 1,000 minute mark. In case you're wondering what's going on, we decided to celebrate our 1,000th streaming show, which we had on Wednesday. We decided to celebrate it by having a 1,000-minute show and show a bunch of films. And what did we end up showing? We ended up showing, let's see, I don't know what day it is. What is it? We ended up showing 50 films so far. So, wow. And we started at 9 this morning and have just been going and going and going. All right. So it is officially Christmas Eve here on the East Coast. So I'm going to show this very strange film called Santa Claus Suit that features very strange puppets. Enjoy.
This story takes place in a country where nobody ever saw Santa.
Dum dum da da dum dum da 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 dum. Stripe, are you in there? Boo! Oh, so there you are. You were supposed to help me put up the Christmas decorations. Where have you been?
I've been mailing my letter to Santa Claus.
Good. What did you ask him for? A sled?
No.
A kite?
No, I don't want a kite. Besides, I've already got one. I didn't ask him for any toys at all. I asked him for something special.
What?
I asked him to come and visit me so I could see him.
You didn't?
I did too.
You couldn't have.
But I did.
But nobody has ever seen Santa Claus. Nobody in this whole country.
Then how do you know there is one?
Why, because, that's why.
Pooh, that's no reason.
It's reason enough for everybody else.
Well, it's not reason enough for me. Seeing is believing. And if I can't see a thing, I won't believe it.
Not even Santa Claus?
Especially Santa Claus. If he doesn't come here to visit me in person, I won't have anything to do with him. or Christmas or anything.
But Stripes, it isn't Christmas because you believe in Santa Claus. It's Santa Claus because you believed in Christmas. It's just that I don't want to see you disappointed.
Don't you worry about me, boy. I won't be disappointed. They say if you're good, Santa Claus will bring you what you ask for. Well, I've been real good, and all I'm asking for is a few minutes visit with him so I can see him.
But no one has, ever.
That's why I want to. Then I'll have something for Christmas no one else has.
Poor Stripes. I'm afraid he's going to be awfully disappointed.
You said it.
Yes. He couldn't be satisfied with some toys.
No, he's got to be different.
I feel just like I'm talking to myself.
You are. Here, I'll move over so you can see me.
Are you my other self?
Yes. Isn't this better?
Yes, much better. Now, what are we going to do for Stripes when Santa Claus doesn't show up?
Let's help Santa Claus out.
What do you mean?
You dress up like Santa Claus, and Stripes will never know the difference.
Oh, I couldn't do that. That would be cheating.
Look, you want Stripes to have what he wants, don't you?
Of course.
And he wants to see Santa for just a couple of minutes?
Yes.
So let him. What harm can it do?
You think it would be all right?
You'll be in and gone, and he'll never suspect a thing.
But I haven't any Santa Claus suit.
Make one. Here's some red cloth.
And there are the whiskers.
And there's the coat. That's a pretty good fit.
I still don't feel right about fooling Stripes.
Don't be silly. It's for a good cause.
How do I look?
You look like a mop and a bedspread. Here. Now, let's hear Santa. Say something.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, my goodness. That'll never do.
You know my voice, huh?
In a minute. So don't say anything.
Nothing at all?
No. You've got cold, maybe. That's it. We'll rub some cold salve on your whiskers, and he'll smell it, and then
No, I don't want that smelly stuff on me. I don't like
But
that.
we want him to believe you.
No, I don't want to.
Well, you gotta...
No, please, no.
Spots, do you hear little sleigh bells?
Oh, my, here he comes.
Spots, did you hear? Santa Claus! Oh! I knew you'd come. I told Spots you would, as he's seen you. Spots! Santa Claus is here. Oh, do come over here and sit down, Santa. Can I get you something? Some coffee, maybe? Are you warm enough? Have you had a nice trip? It was wonderful of you to come, Santa. How long can you stay? Oh, you're not going right now. But it wasn't very much of a visit. You don't say very much, do you? I thought you would at least wish me a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Now, Stripes. Now, wait a minute. Stripes, listen to me. It's just that you wanted to see Santa Claus, and nobody in this whole country ever saw Santa Claus. Not really. And I didn't want you to stop believing in him. Look, I'll give you whatever Santa Claus brings me this year. Next year, too. Stripes, are you very mad at me?
Go away.
I'm sorry, Stripes.
Nothing but a suit. Nothing but an empty Santa Claus suit. If I can't see it, I won't have anything to do with it.
Stripes. Stripes. Come on, wake up, Stripes.
What? Who are you?
Nothing but a suit. An empty Santa Claus suit.
Hey, you are empty. What do you want?
I came to spend Christmas with you because you're going to be mighty lonely.
Lonely? Me?
You bet. Anyone would be lonely who only believed what he saw.
Well, let's go play with my electric train.
You can't.
Why not?
What makes it? Can you see electricity?
No.
Then you can't have anything to do with it. You said so yourself.
All right. I'll go fly my kite.
Wait a minute. What makes a kite fly?
The wind.
And can you see the wind?
Oh. Well, I'll have some warm milk and go to bed.
Hold up.
What now?
What warms milk?
The stove, and I can see that.
Oh, no. It's heat that warms milk. And you can't see heat. So...
Gee, you don't leave me much to do. I might as well go back to bed. Good night. Saying my prayers.
To whom are you saying them?
You know who you say your prayers to.
Can you see him?
No.
Then you can't have anything to do with him either.
Looks like the most important things are things we can't see.
Now you've got the idea. You won't be needing me anymore.
Yeah. Spots.
Who is it?
Can I come in, please?
Please do.
I brought your suit back.
Well, that's all right. You want to help me put up the Christmas decorations?
You're not mad at me?
Of course not. You're not mad at me?
Of course not.
Oh. Merry Christmas, Stripe.
Merry Christmas, Spot.
You a happy Christmas with the perfect tree for Christmas. A real old-fashioned Christmas with a beautiful tree.
The snow-kissed plantation-grown Christmas tree is
exclusive at Cabell's and 7-Eleven stores. Compare it with any other tree, and you'll see a startling difference. Luxuriously full, beautifully shaped, these trees are carefully pruned and trimmed each year of their growth. Don't buy a tree until you've seen the world's most beautiful Christmas trees, the snow-kissed trees.
You'll find them at 7-Eleven or at Cabell Minute Market. The perfect tree for Christmas at your Christmas tree stores.
boy. Had to end on a yeah, Ian, you were like, yeah, you have to like end with something pretty what'd you say? I can't remember.
Oh, I needed a jump scare in it.
Oh yeah, but you were saying like, well, you have to end with something like big. So
yeah.
So after we watched Santa Claus Suit, which is a whacked out puppet film about faith in Santa Claus, made by someone who also made another film called The Toy Maker, features the same puppets. Then we watched this thing that I made called Christmas Creep, and I made it a long time ago. I think I did it the day after Thanksgiving. I was bored, and I took the Christmas, the 7-Eleven Christmas tree ad, and I took like a little 45-second snippet of it, and I made it 12 minutes long. And I slowed it way down, and I used tools before, like current tools make it easier to do that. But what I did is I actually, if you know something about video, here we go, we're going to geek out a little bit. Some types of video like MPEG-2s, MPEG-4s, they have different types of frames. They have I frames and B frames. And if you remove the B frames, then you get this kind of whacked out weird thing, what we call the predator effect. And so like I took that and I extended it, and then I had software that went in and interpolated. So I don't know if you noticed, like Santa's face was like melting and then like recompositing. So I reduced the frame rate, and then I made it really big, and then slowed down the soundtrack significantly. Then we ended with something I got from Craig Baldwin, which he called Merry Christmas, which I think was some footage that was shown in theaters that was supposed to be the theater staff. I don't know where he got it from, but it was glorious. Glorious. Since it is now Christmas Eve, at least on the East Coast. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Let's see, our main folks who watched the entire time. Let's see, Old Radios. Zymerman, I don't know if did you make it the whole time? We lost Rick K. It seems like some of you came back, which is great. And thank you, Stuart, for some more money. Very much appreciate that. But yes, we did it. I'm not going to do it again for a while. When we hit 1,200, I'm not going to do a 1,200-minute show. No, that's not going to happen. And I should say, I am probably going to take next week off because I just did a 16-hour show, for Christ's sake. So I'm not going to do any shows next week. I don't even think I'm going to pre-record something. I might consider doing something for Christmas, something Christmas-related. I don't know. It might not. But let's just say I will see you again in 2024 because that was a lot of work. I loved doing it for you guys. You guys made it very happy and fun. But I'm going to take a break. All right. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like button. Stay up with me. 16, almost nearly 17 hours. Yes, I love you guys very much. Thank you for contributing what you did. I wouldn't be doing any of this without you. So thank you for all of that, and thank you, Ian, who is right there, for sticking around so I wouldn't fall asleep or
go crazy.
Run out of the house screaming. So thanks again, and we'll see you in the new year. Love you guys. Bye.